Thanks for your patience. Here we go. The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the gentleman of 35th, Douglas Pack.
Please bow your heads, please. Father God, I come to you this morning with a heart of thankfulness. I'm thankful for the beautiful spring morning and the opportunity to see the flowers bloom and the birds singing as I traveled in today. I'm thankful for the opportunity to walk into this beautiful Capitol building. I'm thankful to come together with 100 fellow citizens to serve all of West Virginia. I'm thankful for the friendships that you've allowed me to have over the past 60 days. I'm thankful for the opportunity to learn from each other. I'm thankful for our different perspectives and biases. I'm thankful to you, Lord, for exposing me to all these opinions and issues and changing me in the process. I'm thankful for the many members of this House team who have worked so hard to make our service so much easier. I'm thankful that you kept us safe during this session. I'm especially thankful for those who have had health problems during this time, that you've returned them to us and returned them healthy. And yes, Lord, I'm very thankful that our forefathers decided that this session would end on April 10th instead of May 10th. Lord, I ask you to give us all a heart of thankfulness. I ask you to give us the strength to complete this session with grace and respect to all. Please give us safe travels to our homes and our families. And when we return to our communities, to our jobs, and our daily routines, please let us be thankful for the people who sent us here, and let us strive to be worthy of their trust. Lord, I ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Members and guests, please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in honoring the flag of this great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Thursday, April 8th, 2021.
Gentleman from 32nd, Douglas Fast. House will be in order.
In keeping with the tone and mannerisms of our former delegate, Alan Evans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman from 32nd, channeling Delegate Alan Evans, asks unanimous consent that we dispense with further reading of the journal and to be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections from anyone here or from Delegate Alan Evans. Lady from the 49th for a calendar update.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Special calendar, third reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 7, committee substitute for SJR 9, committee substitute for SJR 11, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 702 to the House calendar. In a reordering of the calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 492 has been moved to the foot of all bills. On House calendar, third reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 562 to special calendar. On House calendar, second reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 368 and Senate Bill 718 to special calendar.
Introductions, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Carmen Rexroad from Franklin, West Virginia. If the House would please make the doctor feel welcome.
Lady from the 51st, Douglas Walker, for a brief announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I ask for you to take a stand with me for a moment of silence. Thank you for sharing a moment of silence for a mountaineer who was a trendsetter. Ronald Lee Jones Jr. died on March 26. He was more than the executive director of the West Virginia Human Rights Commission. He was a son, he was a father. He was a pillar in our mountain state, the founder of the In Action Project, serving more than 10,000 meals during Thanksgiving, a 32nd degree Mason, a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Lee was a national spokesperson for the Center for Organ Recovery and Education. His energy was contagious in giving a helping hand. I learned so much from my friend within the last 2 years. He was there to present my Human Rights Award in Morgantown, and he was there when I endured some threats. I will be forever grateful for his patience and endurance. One may have often heard Lee say, "All gas, no brakes." Rest in power. Please take this moment of silence with me.
The House will observe a moment of silence. Members and guests may be seated. Reports of standing committees.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on April 8th, 2021, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action. Committee substitute for House Bill 2793, permit out-of-state residents to obtain West Virginia concealed carry permits. Senate Bill 78, relating to rehabilitative spousal support. Senate Bill 89, exempting certain kindergarten and preschool programs offered by private schools from registration requirements. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 377, relating to extension for boil water advisories by water utility or public service district. Senate Bill 437, extending contingent increase of tax rate on certain eligible acute care hospitals. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 514, providing criteria for Natural Resource Commission appointment and compensation. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 518, relating to grounds for administrative dissolution of certain companies, corporations, and partnerships, and Senate Bill 644, exempting certain persons pursuing degree in speech pathology and audiology from license requirements.
The message to be received. Are there further executive messages? If not, messages, reports of select committees, messages from the executive, messages from the Senate.
The Senate is passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 3295, making a supplemental appropriation to Division of Human Services and Division of Health Central Office.
The message to be received.
The Senate is passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 3297, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Veterans Assistance Veterans Home.
Message to be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident.
The message to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require law enforcement to contact a landowner if fencing that may contain livestock is damaged in an auto accident. The Senate amendment strikes out the portion of the House amendment which would require law enforcement officer to contact dispatch to begin the attempt to contact the landowner. The Senate kept the portion of the House amendment that required that a leasee or landowner of the land be contacted. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move if we concur with the Senate amendment.
Question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 3310. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident.
Okay, all right. He did say 30.
Are there amendments to the title? All right, Chair is advised by the clerk that we will need to retake a vote just for purposes of clarity, for accuracy of the journal. We will put the question now on the motion. Turns out the clerk's happy after all. The question is on the motion that Senate Bill 359 pass. Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those Are you sure? All right. Clerk will please report the title of Senate Bill 359.
Senate Bill 359, informing landowners when fencing that may contain livestock is damaged due to accident.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Are there further Senate messages? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 27, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to study the extent to which various federal, state, and local entities have dedicated or appropriated real and financial resources to expanding and improving broadband access in West Virginia over the next year.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Are there further resolutions? If not, petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, urging Congress reopen public lands in West Virginia.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 55, supporting Atlantic Coast Pipeline.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Resolution 22, calling for the construction of a licensed off-highway vehicle semi-contiguous trail to parallel the Appalachian hiking trail on the western side.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. Next resolution.
Committee substitute for House Bill 24, urging the governor of West Virginia to form a task force regarding Mylan Pharmaceuticals plant in Morgantown.
Question is on the adoption of committee substitute for House Resolution 24. Is there debate on the resolution? Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to speak briefly on this. First, I want to say time is of the essence. This plant where 1,500 people were laid off is a gem in the state of West Virginia, and it's also a gem for all of northern West Virginia and Pennsylvania and parts of Ohio and Maryland. Hundreds of people work there. They are good jobs, they're good benefits, and Mylan has been a very good corporate citizen. One of the people, one of our delegates has a son who works there, but in our community, we all know people that have worked there or have owned stock as part of their employee benefits. I want to thank the Rules Committee and especially the Majority Leader, who also represents part of Monongalia County, for helping to get this resolution on the agenda. The Senate has already passed a similar one. What the resolution asks for is a task force to get together the state and the federal workers, and time is of the essence because these people are all scheduled to be laid off on July 31st. And this is really important for many reasons. One, this plant could be used to make vaccines. This plant could be retrofitted to make personal protective equipment, or it could be retrofitted to make antivirals. One of the things with our huge focus on vaccines, which has been so incredibly effective and fast, is we haven't really looked into treating COVID-19. And there may be variants that will be resistant to the virus. So I think that we should contact the President's Coronavirus Task Force. I think legislators should ask for a tour, and we should meet with the employees and say, what do you think this plant could be used for? I invite all of you to come and try to save these jobs. It is time to save these jobs right now, and we need to use the Defense Production Act, which says in states of emergency that there is assistance available to save jobs and to get people to work saving our country. So I strongly urge adoption of the resolution, and thank you all for your positive vote.
Is there debate on the resolution? If not, the question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the executive. Next resolution.
House Resolution 25, support the signing of a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and the Republic of China.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. Further resolutions?
House Concurrent Resolution 95, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the effect losing a congressional district would have on boards, commissions, and others.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 102, a resolution to study attracting and retaining remote workers in West Virginia.
Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 103, interim study to improve the education system in West Virginia.
Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Is there debate on the resolution? If not, those in favor of adoption of the resolution will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further resolutions at this time? If not, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 34, creating exemption to state sales and use tax for rental and leasing of equipment.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 63rd, Delegate Hardy, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code providing exemptions from the customer sales and service tax. The bill adds a new exemption for leases of heavy equipment or machinery among corporations with at least 50% common ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 34.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be effective July 1st, 2021.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 332, providing procedure for West Virginia to select delegates to Article 5 Convention.
This bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Keaton moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Keaton 4-9 number 1.
The question is on the secondary amendment. Are there objections to having the secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 11th, Delegate Keaton, to explain the secondary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment contains several parts that I'll explain sequentially. Section A of the amendment would apply to the Congress for an Article 5 Convention of States, which, if you will allow me, I will go ahead and read the portion of the Article 5 of the United States Constitution that applies to this given constitutional procedure. On the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, Congress shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution when ratified by the legislatures of the 3/4 of the several states. So that's Section A of the amendment. Section B limits the consideration of the Constitutional Convention to 3 parts. First, to impose budgetary restraints on the federal government, particularly pressing given the passage of several multi-trillion-dollar spending packages in the past year alone. Second, the convention could limit the powers and jurisdiction of the federal government, considering things like the Commerce Clause, our tax and spending clauses, and that the way that they've been interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court over the last 100 years. And finally, the convention could consider amendments to impose term limits on the Congress and on federal officials as a body. So that includes ideological functionaries that end up developing and enforcing law, unelected judges who end up developing new law whole cloth out of thin air. Any amendments supported by the convention are subject to ratification of 3/4 of state legislators, meaning they must be ratified by 38 states in the Union. Section C of the amendment provides legal clarification that this newly amended section of code does constitute an application to the Congress. Section D provides for the communication of this application to the relevant parties. Mr. Speaker, that is the amendment, and I urge adoption. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the secondary amendment just explained. Is there debate on the secondary amendment? The gentleman of 37th, Delegate Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 11th yield? Thank you. Is your mic on?
Yes.
All right, there you go. So if let me get this straight. We're putting in this bill, and the purpose of the bill, for those who haven't followed it, the purpose of the bill is for the delegate selection, put guidelines for the delegate selection if there is an Article 5 Convention of the States, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what your amendment is doing is saying that it's restricting what the convention can be for?
So 2 parts.
Okay.
One, that the passage of Senate Bill 332 would constitute an application to the Congress. So that's the first part, is that it is a call for an Article 5 convention. And then, yes, the specific call is limited to the 3 elements as I described in the description of the bill.
Okay. No, I thought there could only be the Article 5 convention if 35 states have to pass
It's 2/3.
Okay, so if 2/3 of the states pass a resolution, and these resolutions, I thought they were already limited in scope, but what you're saying is we have to pass this because they're not limited in scope?
No, what I'm saying is that West Virginia has not filed an applying resolution. So we have not passed out of both chambers of our legislature. We have not applied for an Article 5 convention with these 3 elements contained in the resolution. So
I think we passed one for a balanced budget amendment several years ago.
Several years ago, sure. But all 3 elements, and this is the way that the Constitutional Convention has to work, is the application has to be the same in all of the states that apply for the Constitutional Convention. So in order to initiate an Article 5 convention, relative to all 3 elements that are outlined in this amendment, we would have to pass that specific language. So that's what the amendment does.
So this one covers term limits, which we've seen that resolution floated around. The one
Term
about
limits for Congress and federal officials.
Yes, term limits from Congress and federal officials. There's another one that with a balanced budget amendment that was passed out of here several years ago.
This is a little broader, if I may. It's a little broader fiscal restraints. So that could be general accounting procedures. There could be other fiscal restraints in the federal government adopted as a result of this. Not solely a balanced budget amendment, but I do think a balanced budget
and
amendment.
And what are the other Article 5 amendments that we've seen introduced here?
Introduced here? Mm-hmm. I don't have an answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because, well, I know there's also one about campaign finance reform, okay. But that wouldn't, if that were to pass both chambers, we would, and if that was to be adopted by 2/3 of the states by this, then we wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't, I mean, this calls it to limited to ones that don't, the limitations don't include that one, do they?
Can I ask a follow-up question to your specific instance on campaign finance?
Well, I thought
reform?
I was the one asking questions, but okay.
Yeah, with the gentleman yield.
All right, go ahead. Yes.
So, does your call for an Article 5 convention specifically overturn Citizens United, or does it, which is short of the court asserting jurisdiction over?
Be clear. I'm saying, but it's been introduced. I didn't introduce it, okay. And I wouldn't vote for it. So it's not mine, but it's out there.
Okay. Well, I actually think that if you've got a specific Supreme Court case that you take issue with, that is
the gentleman raise a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, they're engaging in dialogue.
Well, they've each yielded to one another. So I don't mean that flippantly. They have each yielded to one another.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard of that before, but if you say it's okay, it's okay.
Well, I would refer the gentleman to point number 2 in the amendment, limiting the power and jurisdiction of the federal government. So the court having inserted itself into questions of campaign finance reform may be germane to the convention. That's something that we'll have to deliberate later.
No, it calls. Okay. Thank you for yielding. I'll just go ahead and just.
Thank you.
I don't want to. I want to maintain the rules of the House here. So speak to the question. I'm going to oppose this amendment because, first of all, there are other Article 5 resolutions out there, but this only limits it to the ones that certain people might like. Personally, I don't support any of them. I think it's a dangerous maneuver, and this proves it right here that we have to further limit it, even though I've been told all along, well, they're limited to the issue at hand. Obviously, they're not, or we wouldn't have to pass an amendment like this that would limit it. It could be a runaway convention. It could result in a whole lot of things that would rewrite parts of our Constitution that I think are dangerous. The bill itself is just supposed to have guidelines for the delegate selection. This goes a little bit further than that, so I would oppose the amendment.
The lady from the 49th, Doggett Summers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the delegate from the 11th Amendment. I don't really see any sense in providing procedures for West Virginia to select delegates to a convention if it isn't stated in the bill to have one. Thank you.
The gentleman from 36th, Doggett Pritt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. Now, one of the most common arguments I hear against a convention of states is that that somehow, you know, there's gonna be a runaway convention, and somehow we are there's something. It's suggested that there's something wrong with our Constitution. There is nothing wrong with our Constitution. What the problem is how our Constitution has been applied in many instances. That's the problem. If you go back through our history, there is a plethora of decisions from our institutions, in particular our Supreme Court, that run afoul of the Constitution. I mean, I can just name a few real briefly. Dred Scott, which imposed slavery across the entirety of the United States. Plessy versus Ferguson, which imposed the principle of separate but equal. Decisions such as the Korematsu decision, which during World War II imposed and allowed for internment camps of Japanese Americans in our United States. Roe v. Wade. All of these are decisions that were completely wrong, that were a failure of our institutions. We have a runaway debt right now. And I fear for whether our country can survive if we're going at this route. I want to have a country that survives for my kids with $28 trillion. Now, the fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves is, can we trust the federal government to limit itself? My answer to that is no. Time and time again, the federal government has failed to limit its own powers. If we're talking about the budget, if we're talking about depriving people of due process, if we're talking about civil liberties, time and time again, the federal government has failed. And we're talking about a structure that's set up that has perfectly fine mechanisms to keep this convention in check. It's outlined in the actual bill as to what those checks would be. And, you know, if a bill, and I just want to be clear on this point, if an amendment makes it through this process, we're talking about 3/4 of the states have to approve any proposed amendment, then 3/4 of the states, those amendments would go back to the states, and 3/4, 75% of the states would have to pass it. So I think this is a very, very appropriate amendment to the bill. And I think this is a way that we can send a message that we need to put a check on Washington, D.C. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Gentleman to 36, second row is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm completely surprised by the amendment. I understand the good intentions of the gentleman in offering it, but let me just say that I think this is the most destabilizing thing that could ever be presented to the United States of America. We have never used this process because it's dangerous. The last time we used the process was for the original Constitution that was not authorized by the state, by any state legislature that had set up the convention and sent delegates. They met in secret for 4 months, in secret for 4 months, and came out with an entirely new form of government. And you go, well, hooray for that. Yes, hooray for that. But if you want to use legal precedent, the only precedent is that we will have a 4-month secret convention that'll come out and present a new paradigm for the Constitution of the United States, and we'll just have to hope that that there aren't major changes. You know, the first supposed limitation is actually an open season, increased fiscal restraints on the federal government. Well, when you start dealing with the budget, just like we've seen in our own budget process, you deal with absolutely every agency, everything, every policy there is comes through the budget and what's paid. The second one is limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government. We fought the Civil War over that. People believed in states' rights going into the Civil War. Before the Civil War, you would say the United States are considering a war with Mexico. After the Civil War, you say the United States is considering whatever it is. It went from plural to singular. Now, we have fought these battles, but whenever you have a policy that you want to urge and you're upset with the way the constitutional system presents a different policy, what do? In America, we just basically continue to do what we do. And whenever we take out of the political sphere the functions of government, the foundation of how policy's made, just ask yourself, how many times am I really going to be left behind? How many times is my vote not going to count because there's going to be a structure of new government and new constitution that's going to limit the majority's ability to function? Limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government? Are we talking about getting away from the supremacy clause of the federal Constitution that says very simply that when there's a conflict, the federal Constitution applies? I don't know of anybody that's proposed a different policy on that. We're not going back to states' rights, I hope. We are a unified nation, as we say when we pledge allegiance to the flag, to the republic. Unified, one nation. The third one is to limit the terms of office for officials and members of Congress, and that was pretty specific. I don't have too much trouble with that one. I mean, if we want to impose term limits, that would be all right. But the other two are as dangerous as anything we could ever support. If you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in the foundation of how policy is made in this country, and I would say to you, there are policies that I disagree with. But by golly, it's the best nation in the world because of the way we decide things. Look at this body. This is the greatest decision-making in the world in bodies just like this. Genius that we have two separate houses. That means two separate power structures have to agree before a bill can become law. We don't have a setup where one or two people can control what happens. It's very diversified. And we're talking about changing the foundation of this country and who we are with these Title V conventions. They're dangerous, very dangerous. Why, Larry? Because they're secret. There's nothing to prevent secrecy. And none of the amendments or the bills that have come through on Article 5 conventions say that they have to be open to the public. Why? Because the intention of these Article 5 convention advocates is to establish a new paradigm in this country. And how do they do it? They do it by approaching the budget, and they do it by approaching the jurisdiction of the federal government. This is absolutely the most vital thing that we will vote on as members. And it keeps coming up. And the fact that, you're going to have a lot of states to approve any change is no comfort, because we're going to be divided on how we see America. We're starting all over again when we go into an Article 5 convention, particularly if all of the financial restraints of the federal government are at issue. That means every agency, every dollar, every park, everything is going to be in play as a matter of policy. And then whenever you start talking about changing the jurisdiction of the federal government, the supremacy clause, are we going back to states' rights? Ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolutely important vote, well intended as it is. This amendment does not help us. It doesn't actually set limits. It creates a wide open convention that can consider any matter of policy whatsoever. And I'll say to you, policy ought to be developed by the institutions that we got from the Founding Fathers, not by a group that would be organized around the Article 5 convention. There's a reason we've never used Article 5 conventions. It's because it's the most dangerous process possible to our federal system, to our government, and to the people who we are. I urge the members to vote against this amendment and ultimately against the bill.
Lady from 38, Doug Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman from the 11th Amendment. As many of you in here know, I have not been a fan of Article 5 conventions. In fact, when I was asked to sign on to the term limits, it took years and different iterations of that bill before I was finally satisfied that it was in a condition that I could safely sign on to it. So when the gentleman from the 11th came to me with his amendment, I warned him right off the bat that I was going to be a hard sell. The more I looked into the way his amendment is crafted, the more comfortable I became. The crafting of his amendment, it is pretty obviously, it's well thought out. I mean, based on logic. It is so carefully crafted that the scope is limited, and to the gentleman from the 37th, twice this session, the gentleman and I are in somewhat agreement, but the scope is so limited, which is one of my concerns that I share with Article 5 Convention subjects, that I do feel that we are protected. And I would like to commend the gentleman. It took years for the gentleman from the 28th to get me to sign on to his one very, very limited Article 5, and the freshman delegate was able to craft an amendment that was so well thought out and just elegantly sculpted that I did agree to sign on and support it. So I'd like to commend the gentleman, and I definitely urge adoption of that amendment.
Gentleman, 32nd, Douglas Fast is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 11th yield?
Yes.
Thank you. So your amendment, does it do anything to the original strike and insert wherein it states that the delegates from West Virginia may only be authorized to attend an Article 5 convention for proposing amendments where each state has one equal vote?
No, it does not.
Does your amendment alter the definition of what's called an unauthorized amendment, which means a proposed amendment that is outside the subject matter of the Article 5 application, the call, the commission, or any legislative instructions?
It doesn't.
Does your amendment alter the language in the original strike and insert that delegates may not vote to allow consideration of or vote to approve an unauthorized amendment for ratification to the Constitution of the United States? Any such vote is an unauthorized vote and is void?
No, it does not, sir.
Does your amendment alter any part of the strike and insert other than inserting the new language?
No, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would also rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. I think there's one vital component that has not been raised, and it needs to be considered. Article 5 is a part of the United States Constitution. We are not going outside of the Constitution if we pass this bill. Article 5 is not going outside the Constitution. There comes a time in history when men have to take bold action, and women have to take bold action to restrain its own government lest you be trampled upon. And I believe that we are at that time. So I would certainly rise in support of the gentleman's secondary amendment.
Gentleman 13th, Douglas Penson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the privilege to rise today in support of this amendment and this bill. If we look at the amendment objectively, quite simply, this amendment simply focuses the scope of the convention when it is called. Now, let me repeat that. This amendment focuses the scope of the convention when it's called. Now, we have heard words today and over the past several weeks that we've been in session, words to describe this convention of states. As my friend from the 32nd mentioned, which is part of the process, we have heard words used such as dangerous, that this is a dangerous maneuver. We have heard about a runaway convention. Well, I would submit before this body today that we have a runaway Congress. We have heard words about runaway delegates. I would submit to this body that we have a runaway debt. As we stand here today, our national debt is $28 trillion. Would you just allow that to sink into your head for a moment? $28 trillion. That's a number that's hard to fathom. I would argue in favor of this amendment and in favor of this bill because I believe that the route that our country is on right now, the direction that our country is heading right now, is dangerous. And I believe that our constituents back home in our communities, I believe they would agree with that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of the amendment and passage of the bill.
Gentleman 42nd, Douglas Longenecker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment as well. Many of us on both sides of the aisle has served our country. We took an oath to defend that Constitution, and we watched our brethren, some of us, watched our brethren bleed out in defense of our Bill of Rights. Now, in all due respect to the gentleman from the 36th, on 2 occasions, Mr. Speaker, it was made mention that what are we doing? Are we going to ignore our supremacy clause and go back to the state control? Well, I would submit to this body that the supremacy clause came about in 1787. And because our founding fathers saw some flaws, later, as they were adopting our Bill of Rights, our 10 amendments that we swore an oath to defend, and we stand up and we take an oath to the Constitution to support. In 1791, our founding fathers thought it wise enough to give us the 10th Amendment of our Bill of Rights. They could foresee at some point in the future corruption creeping into the legislative process, and we see it today when our federal Congress tends to rule by edict rather than rule by legislation, whereas we should have a bill proposed, debated, passed to the next chamber, debated again, passed to the executive branch, and either vetoed or signed into law. We see that not happening increasingly more and more. The purpose our founders gave us, this Article 5, was simply for this purpose, so we can rein in control, put the control back with the states where the people are. We the people are not in Washington, D.C. We the people are in the individual states. I support the gentleman's amendment. I think it's way past time for an Article 5 Convention of States. And by the way, it's just a meeting. Why is everyone afraid of a meeting? It's an opportunity for individual states to get together and discuss some issues that may be gradually eroding away the freedoms that we have and that we should strive to maintain in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 17th, Dr. Lovejoy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make a point of inquiry. I went back and reviewed the introduced version, the committee substitute from the Senate, the Judiciary Amendment, and then the secondary amendment. And the bill, as I read it through the first 12 lines, relates to the procedures that the state would use to select delegates to one of these conventions, should it occur, how they are to act, to vote, etc., the penalties for acting outside of that oath, recall if they cast unauthorized votes. But the gentleman's secondary amendment seems to insert a new subject matter of an actual application for a convention. So I would ask you if the secondary amendment is germane to the underlying purpose of the bill.
Chair will take a closer look at the amendments now. House will please be at ease. All right, the House will please return to order. Chair has read the entire bill now, has read the entire primary amendment. It will be the rule that the chair will sustain the point of order that the secondary amendment does add entirely new language that was not contemplated by the underlying primary amendment. So the chair will sustain the gentleman's point of order. The question is on the primary amendment then, the Judiciary Committee amendment. Is there debate on the primary amendment, the Judiciary Committee amendment? The gentleman, 32nd, Doug Fast.
Would the chair like an explanation of the primary amendment?
Are there objections to having the primary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman can explain the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides procedures to determine the procedures by which delegates to an Article 5 convention for proposing amendments to the Constitution of the United States of America may be selected and proceeds to define terms. It sets forth delegates' duties and responsibilities and provides a felony criminal penalty for violations of the delegate's oath to not vote on an unauthorized amendment. Penalties upon conviction for violation of the oath include a fine of not less than $100,000 nor more than $500,000 and imprisonment in a state correctional facility not more than 10 years. The oath of office was amended and it does contain the language at the end, "So help me God."
The question is on adoption of the primary amendment just explained. Is there debate on the primary amendment? Lady in 51st, Doug Fleshauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really have to question this criminal penalty. I've never heard of a criminal penalty for voting, not to mention one that has hundreds of thousands of dollars in monetary fines as well as jail time. I think that there's a flaw in the way that this penalty is written. I think that whether you violate this is going to be, there are problems with vagueness. And for that reason alone, I have issues with this Judiciary Committee amendment. I think that it's a very, very dangerous precedent to put someone in jail for voting. I don't think we want to go there.
Gentleman in the 11th, Tucker Keaton's recognized on the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the primary amendment, specifically to speak to the idea of like a faithful delegates law in general. Presently, there are many states that have what's called a faithless elector law that contemplates electors to the Electoral College going to cast a vote at the Electoral College and then disregarding the results of the election in their home state. It incurs criminal penalty to ignore the will of your state whenever you go and cast a vote at the Electoral College, which is counter to it. Last year, the United States Supreme Court unanimously upheld faithless elector laws that incur such criminal penalty. So really, this sort of faithful delegates law is entirely consistent, Mr. Speaker, with the existing legal precedent in support of faithless elector laws. So I would urge adoption of the primary amendment and of the bill. So help me God.
Gentleman 37, Doug Pushkin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair yield?
Yes.
Thanks. Just to try to eliminate some confusion here. The difference between we're just talking about the primary amendment, which has a slight difference from the Senate. The criminal penalties were in the Senate bill, correct?
Yes.
So what we're voting on now is just the change to the oath.
That is generally the difference.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
Thank you. I'd support the primary amendment, but even though I'm going to vote against the bill. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the primary amendment? If not, the question is on the adoption of the primary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time as amended.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 332, providing procedure for West Virginia to select delegates to Article 5 convention.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in 32nd has further explanation in order. Gentleman in 32nd declines the opportunity to explain the bill. Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 36, Doggett Rowe, is recognized.
Yes, would the gentleman yield to a question? Is there anything in the amendment, or as now it constitutes the bill, to require the convention to be an open to the public convention as opposed to a secret convention as was done in the last time that we had a constitutional convention?
There is not such language in the striking insert.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 67, Doggett Doyle, is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman does have the floor.
Let me just say that it is absolutely, ask yourself why none of these provisions for an Article 5 Constitution refer to the fact that the last and only constitutional convention we ever had was secret. 4 months of secrecy in Philadelphia. Secrecy. And none of the proposals ever address that. It's never in proposals for Article 5 conventions. Ask yourself, why is that? I'd urge the members to vote against the bill.
Gentleman 67, Doggett Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of concerns with this, but I'm only going to address a couple of them. One is, it was suggested earlier that this Article 5 convention procedure is within the Constitution. I've never heard anyone who opposes this of saying it isn't. It is definitely part of the Constitution. Now, I think we should ask ourselves, why is it part of the Constitution? I personally think that the founders put it there in case of serious emergencies. For example, in 1814, I guess it was, during the War of 1812, when the British captured Washington for a few hours, burned the White House, ransacked the Capitol, suppose the British had come in sufficient force that they were able to stay there, even for several years. That's the kind of situation that I think would justify an Article 5 convention. I think it needs to be that serious. There are changes I would like to see made in the Constitution. I would never support an Article 5 convention in order to do it. I'm comfortable with simply waiting until such time as the Congress gets its act in gear. And yes, we know often that takes a while, but I'm content to wait until the Congress gets its act in gear and puts forth an amendment that I think is good. Another thing that bothers me about this, and this is, I think, ominous, the fact that the convention gives one vote to each state. One of the grand compromises in our Constitution was the idea that we have two houses. One house, the Senate, representing the equal sovereignty of the states among each other. And the other house, the House of Representatives, the People's House, representing each individual American equally. This convention does not do that. And I fear it sends a message that what we may come up with as a result of this convention is something similar to the Articles of Confederation, which I would consider the Articles of Disunity. I fear for the unity of our country if we have such a convention. I'm a combat veteran, and I'm against this bill.
Before recognizing other members, the chair will remind all members that the chair did reject or did sustain the point of order, which would have put before the body consideration of the actual call for the Article 5 convention. The subject of the bill is the limited scope of the text of the bill before you, not the subject matter of actually calling the convention. Gentleman 28, Doggett Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to remind the body that while we are, in fact, attempting, I suppose, to discuss the merits of of an Article 5 convention. And as the Speaker just reminded us, that's not before the body. However, I would suggest that this body, the body across the hall, have passed House Concurrent Resolution 9 already this year, which will be forwarded to Congress, requesting that they convene an Article 5 convention for the purpose of proposing congressional term limits. Now, whether or not we're for or against an Article 5 resolution, we've already passed one. This bill seeks to outline the mechanism by which those folks are selected and governed. So whether or not we are in favor of a convention or not, that ship has sailed, folks. We have joined the great and growing number of states who have petitioned Congress for just such an event, and because of that, I think we do need legislation in place for the time when a sufficient number of states have joined us in calling for the Article 5 convention. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Gentleman 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, politicians generally aren't held in very high esteem by the public. But maybe we would be held in higher esteem if we respected ourselves enough to realize that why we ran for office. We didn't run to pass suggestions. It's been alleged in this body, just in this debate, that it would be dangerous to submit a question ultimately to 3/4 of the states. There's no one party in control of 3/4 of the states or 3/4 of the state legislatures. Mr. Speaker, Justice Antonin Scalia, prior to his passing, was asked why everything's become so partisan when justices of the Supreme Court are nominated. And he said because it's essentially a mini constitutional convention, wherein they can't actually ask the individual how they would vote on any particular problem that may come before the Supreme Court. But when we run for office, we can. And this bill sets limits on what a delegate to such a convention would be able to vote upon. This bill puts us in a posture that would give significant increased protections as compared to the process of appointing and confirming a United States Supreme Court justice. There are those who believe that the Constitution is a living, breathing document, and it doesn't matter what it meant when it was put before the people and they ratified it. That's why it's gotten so difficult confirming Supreme Court justices. That's actually why Congress has discussed expanding the court. It was only a few short months ago that they wanted to add new members to the court. It's their own constitutional convention. This has more protections than that ever will. Mr. Speaker, I side with Justice Scalia and I urge passage.
Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman third, Doug Fluharty is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Gentleman 32nd.
The presenter of the bill.
16th.
32nd.
Yes.
Well, we heard enough from the 16th. I don't think anybody else was here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Gentleman for 32nd has yielded.
So, under this bill, those who are selected, they're a public official by definition?
I believe they would be a public official.
Okay, so they're a public official as defined under our code. If a secret convention is held, would there be a potential open meetings violation?
Did you say a secret convention?
If the convention that is held, the Article 5 convention, which we don't know if it's going to be open or secret, if it was secret, would there be an open meetings violation?
Well, the bill itself states that the legislature shall designate one or more legislative committees for purposes of communicating, exchanging information, and otherwise engaging in discussion with other states. And it also for rules, processes, potential amendments, procedures for proposing amendments, interstate compact, common credentials, and instructions for delegates that may govern an Article 5 convention. So I think it's highly speculative that there would be a dark room meeting somewhere in a bunker in this country to hold such a convention under these terms.
But
I don't think our delegates would be there.
But you'd agree with me, there's no set criteria on what it would look like, right?
That has to be set in the criteria that I just read to you.
So was it contemplated at all in this bill when designing what it would look like if a open meetings law, was that ever?
I believe it is within that language.
You believe it is?
Yeah, I believe it is.
So if a convention is held and if it happens to not be open, you're saying if it's not open, then they can't even show up? Is that your
I'm saying
position?
that this language has safeguards in it that would not happen.
But this language of the bill...
That's an opinion. I mean, we
sure.
could,
no,
we
I don't
could
want
go
to go back and forth on it. I'm concerned there could be an open meetings violation if we're sending... Because there's a criminal penalty here.
If you're asking, does the language open meetings violation appear in this bill? No, it does not.
It does not, but...
It does not.
But we are saying that they are public officials, and public officials do have to follow the open meetings law.
That would be the case,
okay.
in my opinion. You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Lady from the 35th, Doug Young, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you continue to yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'm looking through the bill, and it says in the title that this is relating to providing procedures for West Virginia to select delegates. And then when I look at the primary amendment, I don't see that that procedure for selecting delegates at all.
The bill is a procedure for delegates to follow. It talks about unauthorized amendments, a delegate. What a delegate is, it's a person selected by the legislature or other method provided by law. Talks about Article 5 application, Article 5 convention, by definition, unauthorized amendment. So it's a process for delegates to follow, including an oath of office and including criminal penalties if the oath of office is violated.
Yeah, I see that, but in the short title and the long title, it says for selecting delegates, and I don't see instructions anywhere about selecting. I mean, the title could be wrong, but I just don't.
There'll probably be a title amendment if that needs to.
That's fine,
occur.
But how are delegates selected? I see their duties, I just don't see how or where we pick them.
It's not set out in this bill.
So we'd have to pass another bill to set a process to select delegates?
There would have to be a process promulgated.
Promulgated how? Is there rulemaking?
That could be by resolution of this body.
Okay, so this won't actually tell us how to select delegates. This will just tell us what the delegates are going to do, and then we're going to have to do something else also.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 82 ayes, 17 noes, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 332, providing procedure for West Virginia to select delegates to Article 5 convention.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be in remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
This bill was advanced to third reading with amendments pending. Are there amendments?
The Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is HFA H. Jude 4-7, number 1.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
This one. The Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA H. Jude 4-7, number 2.
Are there objections to having this secondary amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 35th to explain the secondary amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This amendment inserts at the end of the bill a provision that reads as follows: to permit harm reduction programs to be an eligible provider, except that syringe exchange services shall not be eligible for reimbursement of the state plan. Essentially, what this amendment does, it ensures that Medicaid dollars will not be utilized for reimbursement with regard to syringes. That's a summarization of the committee's amendment. I urge adoption.
Of the committee's secondary amendment?
Of the committee's secondary amendment.
Very good. The question is on the secondary amendment. Is there debate on the secondary amendment just explained? If not, those in favor of that secondary amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. That secondary amendment is adopted. Chair is advised we do have 2 additional competing secondary amendments. If there are no objections, we will have both amendments explained and then put the question on the first, followed by the question on the second if the first is rejected. Are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. The clerk will please report the first of the 2 secondary amendments.
Delegate Capito moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Capito 4-9, number 1.
Gentleman to 35th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I'm loath to rise today, given the great respect and high regard that I hold for my friend from the 32nd, but we do have a slightly nuanced difference in these 2 amendments that you will hear today. And I rise to, it's tough to speak on this issue. It's tough anytime we have to talk about things that aren't easy to talk about. It's tough to turn toward difficult situations because they're emotional. And so what I would encourage everyone here today when you take in both of the explanation of these competing amendments is that we try to focus on the facts. And I think the facts are indisputable, that we have a problem in West Virginia. We have a drug problem in West Virginia. We're trying to wrap our arms around it the best that we can. We have rising cases of HIV in our community. We have surging cases of hepatitis in our communities. These come at great cost to each one of us as taxpayers in the state of West Virginia. $2 million for every case of HIV, and I believe $80,000 or so for just hepatitis, and the list of communicable diseases goes on, unfortunately. What this amendment does is provides the involvement of our communities in the decision on whether we want to have harm reduction programs in them. And the amendment that I put before you today provides that in order to be issued a license, the bill itself provides a licensure framework. It's been the will of this body to take up, and the will of our Senate colleagues to take up some sort of a structure that can govern the licensure of these syringe exchange and harm reduction programs in West Virginia. And it's a difficult one to manage because I can tell you that there are 2 pretty disparate points of view. Some want these to not exist at all, and some want them to exist without regulation. So we're trying to find a happy medium, and I shouldn't have used the term happy because it is sad, but it's a sad reality. And this amendment provides that our municipalities will receive notice if an application is submitted to OFLAC to have a license, if an applicant applies for a license to OFLAC, OFLAC would be required to provide notice to the municipality, and the municipality could then, in response, could issue an ordinance that would ban needle exchanges or harm reduction sites in its county or municipality. It gives our municipalities an opportunity to weigh in. And The slight nuance in these amendments are one of notice and one of pre-authorization, and that is a pure policy question. My competing amendment I offer because I believe that eligibility for health care should be made by experts, and I think it puts our local governments in difficult situations, but they absolutely should have a say in the process. And with this amendment, they will. And based on my conversations, most localities and municipalities don't want to be intertwined in the application process. Some do. Some absolutely do. But most want those health care decisions to be made by the professionals and then have that opportunity to weigh in. And this gives them that. And the third thing that this does, and I fear that we don't want to insert too much we don't want to politicize the issue too much, because we don't want to end up in a situation where we're picking winners and losers. And I think that could result if we don't adopt the amendment. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of this amendment, and I urge adoption of this secondary amendment.
We'll now have explanation of the second of the two secondary amendments. Lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I genuinely appreciate all the work that you put into the bill and into your amendment. We've had a lot of conversations along with the gentleman from the 37th, and so I reluctantly have a competing amendment, but the gentleman is correct. I think they have a lot of similarities, but there are differences in the nuances of the actual amendments. And so just very simply, my amendment really has 3 points. The first point is that instead of the municipality or the county commission receiving notice, it would actually require that the municipality or the governing body of the municipality and the governing body of the county submit a letter during the application process. And then the second part of the bill is that if a disaster occurs, if they approve the program and then something occurs that causes a lot of consternation within the community, then they can rescind the letter. And then the final portion of my amendment is simply that, and I believe the gentleman's amendment has this as well, that a business, that if there is a privately owned business in a district that syringe litter is located on and someone is injured, that they would be immune from any type of from any type of lawsuit that would be brought against them. So if I had a business and someone had left a needle from one of these needle exchange programs on my property and someone was injured, I would have immunity from having a lawsuit brought against me. So that's simply what my amendment does.
The question now before the House are the two competing secondary amendments. Chair will open debate on consideration of both secondary amendments. At the conclusion of debate on both secondary amendments, the Chair will put the question first on the secondary amendment offered by the gentleman in the 35th, Doug Capito. If that amendment is rejected, the Chair will then put the question on the secondary amendment offered by the lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger. So is there debate on either or both secondary amendments? Gentleman in the 46th, Delegate Burkhammer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to say I hope you're going to vote for one of them. And I think this is a necessary process that you'll choose to pick one of the sides. One is a proactive approach, one is a reactive approach. But we want the municipalities and the counties to know that these programs are starting in their communities. So I want to urge that. And from there, I'm going to respectfully ask that you vote against the chairman and you vote for our colleague from the 32nd. And here's why. The application process has already been submitted. It's already in the approval process. The municipality, the county then gets it. They have no say really at that point other than to pass an ordinance that says they don't want it. In the proactive approach, this organization is going to come to the city, going to come to the county, and they're going to begin the process with them. And they're going to be able to work through the application and the process to a point that they can approve or deny ahead of time. And so if we wait till the end, the county or the municipality could have said, well, if it said this instead of that, we would have approved it. But because it doesn't, now we have to reject the whole thing and pass this ordinance. But if they're there in the beginning, then they have that ability at that moment to say, we would like this or we would like that, and then be able to approve or deny ahead of time. And a lot of process or a lot of time is going to be put into the process, I'm going to say, in this application. I would hate to see a company go through that or an organization go through it, and then this ordinance be passed after the fact. It would be nice to know from the beginning if the city or the county wanted your support, wanted your program. So again, ask you to vote for one of them, but I'm going to say please reject the chairman's respectfully and vote for delegate from the 32nd. Thank you.
The gentleman to 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question, if I can, of the lady and her amendment. Thank you. I was looking through this, and I'm trying to tease out the differences between the two here. And in yours, as I read it, it says a written statement. So, I mean, I could assume that a statement could be a positive statement or a negative, but it would be a statement. It wouldn't necessarily be a...
Yes.
There's no ordinance, or there's no resolution, there's no...
It just says that a majority of the governing body of the municipality or the county commission would have to provide a written statement during the application process.
And then that statement would be just one of the steps in the process.
Yes. It's just added to the application process.
And again, if I could, if the gentleman would yield, just so I can be clear about his process.
Gentleman 35th is recognized.
Thank you, sir. And in your amendment, it actually does require for an ordinance, actually a formal vote. Is that correct?
It would be formal action taken.
Formal action. So it the elected officials of the municipality or the county commission would be in a position that they would have to act, as you said, formally, to delay implementation. Is that the way I read it?
Well,
so it would basically put the program on hold as far as the authorization by.
So So I think the idea is here that some county commissions or municipalities may not want these programs in their communities. And the way that this amendment is written, it provides them the ability to keep them out. What this wouldn't allow for, it wouldn't allow for an ordinance per application. So again, it goes back to my kind of winners and losers situation where you can't just, I mean, you might decide you like this one, you might decide you don't like this one. This is either we don't want these things, so we're going to pass an ordinance to say they're not coming in here. We're not going to pick which ones we want and which ones we don't. We're going to leave that to the healthcare professionals to decide.
The program itself.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so and in the ladies' amendment, it's really more a letter of support for an application. The way it was framed, I wouldn't want you to speak for the lady. Is that would the lady yield just again? I think it's important that we get this right.
Yes.
So it would be a letter of support or a letter opposing.
Yes.
And it would be for a particular
municipality.
But the letter would be for a particular program,
yes,
a particular application. So if there were more than one application,
yeah, it would be individual. Like, so if there were multiple applications for multiple municipalities within a county, it would need to be one for each of.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 45th, Doug Martin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady from the 32nd yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. I was, so when you were explaining your amendment, did you say that private businesses would be exempt from fault?
So at the very, it's the third portion of the amendment. I'll just read it to you. It says, a business that has syringe litter on its property is immune from civil or criminal liability in any action relating to the needle on its property unless the business owner acted in reckless disregard for the safety of others.
Okay. So do you know, are private businesses able to participate in these programs? So Could I be a private business owner and I'm one giving out the needles?
If you're the one giving out the needles, then I don't think you would be immune.
Then
You
I
would.
wouldn't be immune then? If I was one giving out the needles?
I think these are all. But they're nonprofits. Yeah, they're mostly private nonprofits.
Am I
They
able
operate
to
these.
participate if I'm a private business, though?
Say that one more
I
time.
know that most of the time it is a nonprofit organization,
Mm-hmm.
but let's say I'm a proactive business owner and I want to take part in this as a private company. Am I allowed to?
Yeah, like if a for-profit hospital chose to do this, yes. The intent of the amendment is to make sure that a business who is not participating in
Right, I understand that.
would-
That's where I get scared.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I'll have to address that. Thank you. The part I'm a little worried about with the gentleladies from the 32nd Amendment is that if a private business is participating in the exchange program and they're the ones giving out the needles, and then something happens, they could potentially not be liable then, which I feel that company should be liable. Otherwise, I do like the lady from the 32nd Amendment, and I don't exactly know which way I'm voting yet, so thank you very much.
The gentleman from the 37th, Dr. Pushkin, is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, please yield. It doesn't
Yes.
matter who. I could ask this question of either of you, but I saw you first, so I'll ask you the question. Thank you. Yield. The provision you were just explaining about the immunity for the private businesses, to be clear, that's in both amendments, right? Exact same language.
It's in mine. It is in mine. I will let the gentleman. They're saying yes, but I don't want to speak for the gentleman's amendment.
Okay.
But you could. I'm
Well,
sure.
the gentleman yield. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Did you hear my question? Is the same language exactly verbatim in both
Yes.
amendments?
I suppose I was focusing on the conflicting portions of the amendment. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. So one thing they do have in common is this immunity for private businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it may be to the lady's credit, but due to an administrative error, I had intended to co-sponsor this amendment with her, and that may or may not have been helpful to her. I'm not sure, but I will say that the language relative to county commissions and municipalities was in the bill as it passed out of the Committee on Health. That was stricken, as I understand, in the Committee on the Judiciary, and that's certainly within their purview to do, and I would defer to them on that. However, the reason that it was included in the the health strike and insert was we felt that it was unfair to allow a particular program to come in without the concurrence of either the county commission or the municipality. But I think we need to be clear about one thing when we're thinking about the context of both these amendments and the greater bill as a whole. As we've already seen today, the short titles can be misleading. Short title of this bill is Establishing License Application Process for Needle Exchange Programs. I would suggest to you that that's a poor title. We're not talking about needle exchange programs. Needle exchange is an aspect of the program, but it's not the program, right? In order to obtain certification from OFLAC, organizations would have to participate in a variety of other things. They would have to provide wellness checks, provide the opportunity for vaccinations. They would have to monitor needle stick wounds. They would have to report a variety of things to OFLAC. I certainly understand the stigma that goes along with needle exchange programs. I suspect it's kind of like asking if we're supportive of nuclear power. Well, of course. Let's put one in Raleigh County. Well, I don't know about that. But having said that, I would like to think that we elect at the state level, which I believe to be true, and at the county and municipal level as well, conscientious, thoughtful representatives of the people. Now, if a county commission or municipality reads the short title and says, well, I don't want a needle exchange program in my community, I think that's short-sighted. I do. Hopefully they will take a look at the entire content of the bill and say, well, hey, they're doing a lot of good things to prevent the spread of communicable diseases. However, I do think county commissions and municipalities have a role to play in this. I think they are, at a very minimum, partners with the organization that is running the program. And because of that, and it is with great sorrow that I must oppose my good friend, the chairman of the judiciary, and support the lady from the 32nd Amendment, and I hope you will as well.
Is there additional debate on either of the two secondary amendments? Okay, if not, the chair will recognize both sponsors to close debate on the two secondary amendments. Neither sponsor wishes to close debate. Very well. The question then before the House is the secondary amendment first offered by the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito. Those in favor of adoption of that secondary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Okay, noes have it. That roll call is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is on the secondary amendment offered by the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito. Those in favor of that secondary amendment will please vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 36 ayes, 62 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that secondary amendment lost. The question now is on the secondary amendment sponsored by the lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger. Those in favor of adoption of that secondary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. That secondary amendment is adopted. Are there further secondary amendments? If not, then the question now is on the primary amendment as amended. The primary amendment as amended. Is there debate on the primary amendment as amended? Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, has not yet explained the primary amendment. Chair is in error. Are there objections to having that primary amendment as amended explained? If not, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The proposed strike and insert establishes a process for licensing and regulating syringe services programs. Syringe service programs would need to apply to OFLAC, part of DHHR, for licensure. To be approved, you must provide wraparound services. Portions of this strike and insert also deal with framework and requirements for the program. Each program must have a dispensing plan. Licenses are effective for 1 year. It provides a framework for revocation and limitations on the procedure for syringe service program. Each program may renew its license annually, submit annual reports to the director. It also provides certain immunities for businesses. There are fines that are involved. OFLAC may issue a fine if one of these programs is not complying with the statute from $500 to $10,000. And they can also ask for injunctive relief. With adoption of the first secondary amendment, Medicaid dollars cannot be used for reimbursement for the syringes. And with adoption of my friend from the 32nd Amendment, municipality must approve each and every program that applies. Mr. Speaker, that is a summarization of the primary amendment as amended.
The question is on the primary amendment now as explained. Is there debate on the primary amendment? Gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think there's a more difficult subject that I'm going to have to speak about than this one. And if anybody pays attention to the Charleston news, you know that it is an issue that has really been the most controversial that we've been dealing with lately. There's a reason for that, and I'll get to it in a second. It'd be very easy for me to sit here and not say a word and vote one way or the other and hide from the issue, but that's not why I put my name on the ballot, especially when it's an issue that is really, you know, the district I represent has been the epicenter for the controversy. So I'd like to give a little brief background as to why we're voting on this today and why the state is stepping in to regulate this type of harm reduction. And first, for those of you who don't know and haven't really studied the issue, harm reduction, my friend from the 28th is correct. There's way more to harm reduction, so much more to harm reduction than a syringe program. And that's actually the real title for it. It's a syringe program. It's not a needle exchange program. Harm reduction includes things such as distribution of naloxone, which the legislature has expanded several years, and that's one of the reasons why our accidental overdose rates have dropped. Probably the only reason why they dropped, because drug use hasn't gone down, but the distribution of naloxone has increased, and we're able to keep people alive when they overdose. Another form of harm reduction would be drugs like Suboxone, or buprenorphine, and methadone, which that type of harm reduction is simply to keep people on using safer legal drugs so they're able to maintain some sort of normal lifestyle, if you could say that. But the only purpose of a syringe program is to prevent the spread of disease. It's unfortunate that we even have to talk about it, and we have to in this state, but we know we have the worst drug problem in the country per capita in this state. There's a whole host of reasons why. Loads of prescription painkillers that have been dumped on this state and into small rural communities. We have all the elements that feed into addiction, whether it's poverty, isolation, depression, because of economic downturns in this area. So yeah, we have the worst drug problems in the state, and one of the byproducts of that is we have way too many IV drug users, and when they share these syringes, it causes the spread of diseases like HIV, like hepatitis, and even when syringes are used over and over and over again, it can cause diseases like endocarditis, which, by the way, in this state, Medicaid spent like $53 million on the treatment of endocarditis last year. What they didn't spend a dime on was one of the provisions we just put in this bill about syringe programs, because they don't charge anybody for it, so Medicaid's not reimbursing it. So we did just pass a meaningless amendment. That's okay. But the reason we're here today is because the politicization of this issue. And I remember, I think it was when I was running for offices before I was here, but I was listening in on an interim meeting here, and a gentleman was presenting, I believe, to the Joint Committee on Health, and he was the head of the Metro Drug Task Force here in Kanawha County. He is definitely not a bleeding heart liberal. He had put more drug dealers in prison than anybody in this room, probably anybody in this building. And he spoke about the need for having this type of program because if we didn't, we're going to see a huge outbreak of HIV and a huge outbreak of hepatitis C if we didn't do this. But he also implored the politicians in the room not to talk about it, not to make it a political issue. We're not going to have a ribbon-cutting ceremony because it's not a popular issue. It's not a pleasant thing to talk about, what we're talking about today. But if we don't do it, we're going to be spending a whole lot more money down the road, because drug addicts aren't going to stop using drugs because of things that we do in this building. I'm sorry, but they're not. unless we actually address the root causes of it, actually finally have some bills that address adverse childhood experiences, actually have some bills that help alleviate poverty, actually have some bills that help people pull them out of the situation they're in. But this bill, well, no. But he warned us not to make it political. But unfortunately, several years ago in Charleston, it was made political. It was made the central issue of our municipal election. The result of that was our licensed provider that was doing it was made a political football, and they shut down. And now Charleston, last year, had just one less new case of HIV than New York City. One less case in New York City. I'm not talking about per capita. I'm not talking about percentages. I mean Charleston, which is not a big city, might be the biggest city in West Virginia, but it's small, had one less case than New York City. Because we've made this issue political. And instead of looking at the science, you know, we looked at the polls, and it was shut down. And then, now we have an issue because it was shut down. It has been done, you know, by volunteer groups, and there hasn't been buy-in from the community. And we've got ourselves in another controversy here in Charleston because of that. What the bill, as it came out of judiciary, sought to do was provide some sort of accountability for these programs. I believe now we've made it very difficult with the amendment that was just passed, because I can tell you now it makes it political again. Now it's political again. I don't know of too many local politicians, county commissioners, or city council people that are going to put their names on letters in support of these programs, even though when we don't have the programs, you're going to wind up like Charleston is with an HIV epidemic. So I'm worried about what's going to happen down the road because we're making this political. But I also think we need to provide accountability and allow community buy-in. The most important thing, it's not about the city council, it's not about the county commission, it's about the community. And the community needs to be heard too. We had a nice balance struck there. I'm not sure what we got now, but I'll tell you this, going forward, Mr. Speaker, I want to be part of this conversation. Like I said, I didn't put my name on the ballot to shy away from even the most controversial issue in my district right now. So I'm going to reluctantly support the bill because it does provide some sort of accountability, and I want to be part of the conversation going forward.
The gentleman 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to rise to support this. I probably spent the better part of 2 weeks working on the committee substitute that came out of health. And I've worked with the chairman of the judiciary to work on the product that's in front of us. I've worked with the Senate. I've worn a track to the Senate Health Office over this. And I think we need to realize where we're at and where we're going. I agree with my colleague from Kanawha. This is unpleasant for a lot of people to talk about. We wish this problem would go away. Been here 7 years now. I think we've made some headway. Problem's not gone away. It's not going to go away anytime soon. We have to deal with this. Now, I think what the proposal in front of you is a compromise. I've probably met with every stakeholder in the last 2 weeks in this state on all sides of this issue, from health departments to individuals running private programs, to community members, to business owners. And I think the bill in front of you is the legislative process at work. It's a compromise bill. Something in here that a lot of people are going to like. There's probably stuff in here that everybody's not going to like. It's called a compromise. That this is putting some local control. First of all, it's putting some requirements. And as the gentleman from Kanawha said, if you go to page 4, 1663.3, program requirements. This is far more than just a syringe exchange program. And if they can't convince OFLAC that this is a comprehensive wraparound program aimed at getting people with addiction into treatment, then OFLAC's not going to license them, friends. So this is a major step forward. Now, there's parts of this that I don't like, but it's called compromise. But it also, under amendment, puts some local control back in this. I think that's needed. That's what our constituents, I can tell you, I've spent 2 weeks working on nonstop on this. Most of your constituents want some local say. So again, it's called compromise. So I would urge the members of this body to get behind this bill. There's probably something in here that each and every person in here does not like. There's a lot of good in this bill. So I think obviously these bills adapt over time, and this is where we're at. But this is a serious first start to making comprehensive programs. So if it's going to be done, it's got to be comprehensive. And it'll evolve over time, but the goal of a well-run program is to get people into treatment. And if they can't accomplish that, then they're going to get shut down. So I would urge the members to vote for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the primary amendment? To be clear, the question is on the primary amendment. Lady from the 51st Delegate Walker is recognized. If there's no further debate on the primary amendment, those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The primary amendment is adopted. Clerk will read the bill a third time as amended.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
Now the question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Lady from the 51st Delegate Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addiction. That's where this starts. I had no compassion. I had no sympathy. I had no empathy when I placed my name on the ballot in 2018. I felt it was a choice. I felt that it was being irresponsible. I felt that it was someone being careless. And then I started going out in my community. And I really didn't participate in the harm reduction programs. I just kind of stayed in the back and I observed. And I seen my neighbors. Addiction is a substance use disorder. It's a disease, just like diabetes, hypertension, cancer. It's a complex disease of the brain and the body that involves compulsive use of one or more substances despite the serious health and social consequences. We have these syringe programs because of the health consequences. We have the stigmas around this disease because of our own biases, and I was once guilty of that. So I stopped being an observer, and I started participating. I participated in the program in Morgantown, and before I sat myself in this seat, I participated in one of the programs here in Charleston, and I seen something different. I seen our community caring for those that don't even have the mindset to care for themselves. And on that day, I was the person holding the applications and asking, did you have to give out Narcan today? Did you have to give it out last week? Did you have to give it out from the time before that you were here? And that hit home hard. Yes, people did receive needles that day. They also received HIV testing. They received snacks. They received things for wound care. But what they also received was myself, the lady from the 35th, the gentleman from the 37th, their delegates there, not passing judgment on them and giving them a lifeline. That's what these programs are, a lifeline. Harm reduction is a set of practical strategies and ideas aimed at reducing negative consequences. Every time you hear of someone dying of an overdose, every time you hear a family member saying that they had to leave money in the mailbox, these people are shut out. But they are somebody's child. I don't understand. If you have never been a part of these programs, before you bring it to your city to approve or disapprove, why don't you go and volunteer in one of those programs? I wish they were around in 2005, before I lost my first husband. Because what I didn't realize was that he was fighting an opioid addiction. I wasn't awakened until my sons was with me on the campaign trail and gave me a hard truth that, Mom, we have lived this life. Maybe your biases brought you to be too blind for that. And for that, out of the mouth of babes, I will volunteer at every needle exchange program, and I will stand with those community members to make sure that there is not a widow. There is not children without another parent. Whether you press the green or the red button, I commend the chairman from Health in saying this is a compromise. It is not one that I can make today as I vote with my constituents. And I was rushing out of my office, so I don't have the letters from those that participate in this program. Let's just make sure that we're giving all mountaineers just a little bit of dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 85 ayes, 13 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Subsuper Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next, lady from the 49th for an update on available amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to announce to everyone that the amendment for the budget bill, House Bill 2022, has been filed. You can find that under floor amendments, and it's HFA Summers and Householder 4-9. I want you to have the opportunity to review that before we take that bill up this evening.
Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 398, limiting eligibility of certain employers to participate in PEIA plans.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 17th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this bill is to amend a provision of the West Virginia Code by adding a new section. The new section would eliminate eligibility for certain employers to participate in PEIA. Upon passage, employers eligible to participate in PEIA are limited to 1. Mandatory participants, which would be the state, its boards, agencies, commissions, departments, institutions, or spending units. 2. County boards of education or public charter schools that are also 501c3 corporations and have participation required in their charter contract. And 3. Any employer currently participating in PEIA as of the effective date of the enactment of this section in the 2021 regular session. Any county or municipality, public corporation created by counties or municipalities, comprehensive community health centers, county or municipal health departments that are not already participating in PEIA would be ineligible to participate after enactment. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Lady from the 4th, Doggett Zukoff is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Thank you. So just to understand all aspects of this bill, this doesn't preclude any municipality or county that already has the ability to participate in PEIA from doing so.
You mean if they are currently participating at this time?
That's my question.
If they are currently participating, provided they keep continuation, if it still works for them, yes, they can participate.
If they get out for any reason, then they would not be allowed back in?
That's the way I'd read this bill, yes.
Okay, so the only allowance that we're making for any nonprofit entities in the state of West Virginia to participate in PEIA or for the charter schools?
Going forward, yes.
Are there any other nonprofits in West Virginia that currently participate in PEIA at this time?
If they have some form of governmental affiliation.
Such as, could you give me an example?
Taking government funds of that nature. So yes, there are nonprofits that are in PEIA currently.
But this is going to prohibit anyone else from participating except for charter schools.
Going forward, yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman to 36, Doggett Rose, recognized.
Thank you. If the gentleman would go for a question. Is there a window of opportunity for any government agency that's not in PEIA to join before they are barred by this bill?
The amendment that was passed yesterday on the floor of this House makes this bill effective from passage.
All right. In other words, if we vote for this and there's any constituent group, governmental group that wants to go into PEI, they're going to be barred from that, right? There is no window of opportunity to
when
respond.
you said governmental group, I might, to the gentleman, I would argue that county boards are governmental groups. The state, its boards, agencies, commissions, departments, institutions, or spending units. So that none of that changes. So these are more not direct state employee groups, of which there are about 600 and some odd groups currently.
In PEIA at this time?
That are not direct state employees. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. But if there is an outlier, I believe that Charleston and Kanawha County have somewhat recently gone into PEI.
That would be my understanding, yes, sir.
It wouldn't affect them because they're now in.
The gentleman's correct.
But if they had waited to do that until after we passed this bill, they would be barred from doing so, correct?
The gentleman's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, may I speak
Gentleman is
to the bill?
recognized.
Originally, the bill had a window of opportunity till July, I think July 1st, but that was taken out by the amendment. And I just caution folks to realize that if you have any agency or board in your constituent groups that has not joined PEI and is contemplating doing that, that will not be allowed if this bill passes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman in the 18th, Doug Worrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chairman continue to yield?
Gladly.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I have a couple questions. First of all, I'm relating the handout that you have. I think that's your initials there.
That would be correct. There is a handout on the members' desks that I provided.
Could you go through the DRG discharges side for PIA, for example? I understand some of the cost differences, but could you provide some further context?
Yes, gladly. To the members on your desk, you were provided a front and back handout. And when the Finance Committee heard testimony from the Director of PEIA, Mr. Cheatham, we asked what, for the 10 most common categories, what would be the payment scales for Medicare, Medicaid, PEIA. And the members have that in front of them. Now, what you will see is that consistently PEIA up and down the board is slightly less than half of what Medicare is paying, with Medicaid being in between. Now, one of the things that also came to light when we talked to under testimony from the Hospital Association is most state benefit plans would be above Medicare, meaning that they might be half again as much, whereas in West Virginia we are half again as low as Medicare. So, and then if on the other side of the page, I believe the gentleman would see, again, this was data that we found when our testimony from the Hospital Association, but just the average payer mix of what the average hospital, now granted this would vary from hospital to hospital, some would have a bit more PEIA, some a bit less, but as you can see, the majority of hospitals in this state are surviving on Medicare and Medicaid and the PEIA. Now, the problem is that, as you can see, our hospitals on the graph above are operating at a negative margin right now. Now, a lot of that's due to COVID, but even before that, our hospitals were on a pretty slim margin, and that's probably further evidenced by the left-hand side of that page, showing that in the last couple of years we've had 4 hospitals in this state close and 2 more seek bankruptcy protection. So I think we can see that the problem is there. And for the small hospitals in particular, when contracts switch over, going from perhaps 150 or 140% of Medicare to half of Medicare, that's all off the bottom line, and it's really straining our smaller hospitals in particular.
Thank you. Thank you. Speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I support the bill, obviously. I think what we're missing on this sheet, though, as though we show Medicare and Medicaid, is we're missing commercial, which reimburses much higher than Medicare and Medicaid. So the PIA reimbursement rates are even lower, a very fraction of the cost. And I think what this bill aims to do, obviously, is to limit others to get into the program. I know that many in this chamber are on PIA. And the whole point of it, though, is we applaud the director every year for not raising premiums. What we're actually doing is we're hurting the hospitals. They're not being reimbursed for the services they're providing. Sorry. So if we support our hospitals, and I understand PA is a good insurance program, but this, as we continue to get more people in the program, it hurts our hospitals more and more. So it's not necessarily for the sake of the hospitals operate at a better margin. It's more about the fact of keeping hospitals alive, as we see on the other side of the screen here. So I support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Gentleman 17th, Doug Lovejoy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my colleague from the 17th yield for a quick question? I wanted to know if you could explain what would be the effect on a public service district, which doesn't quite fit into any of the definitions.
I'm sorry. If they were previously eligible and had not acted upon that eligibility, then as of the enactment date of this bill, they would no longer be eligible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Gladly.
Thank you. This bill didn't go through health, nor did it go through banking and insurance on the House side. It appears to have gone straight to finance. So I've not had an opportunity to ask too many questions here, but is there anything in the bill itself that addresses these appalling rates that PEA is paying hospitals?
I'm sorry. To the gentleman, could you repeat your question?
I'm sorry. Is there anything in this bill that addresses the poor rates of payment that PEI is making?
Directly in the bill, no, but we have already adopted a resolution to commit that question to study. Now, there was a subgroup in health that did work on taking some testimony from PEIA, from pharmacies, from health providers, the Hospital Association, in regards to some of this, and I think there's a commitment to work on that over the interims.
Very good, but this bill itself doesn't address the rates.
That is correct.
So what it does address is the eligibility for coverage moving forward for non-state groups. Is that correct?
The gentleman would be correct.
Now, my understanding is that that's a separate risk pool and a separate group than the state pool. Is that correct?
Yes and no. When we had testimony on finance, the gentleman is correct. The director testified that they essentially run it as two separate risk pools, but they run off the same reimbursement schedule.
Okay, so the rates are the same for both groups, but the pools themselves are, I think.
The gentleman is correct. The pools are separate, but the reimbursements are the same.
Okay, so and the point, what I'm moving forward by adopting by the passage of this bill would limit the number of people that would go into that risk pool, because we're not allowing new people, new entities to join that group. Would that be your understanding?
That would be correct.
Okay, so that risk pool itself would shrink. Was there in size, unless the entities that were covered under the plan were adding more people?
Well, I don't know that they'd necessarily shrink, because nobody's getting removed that's currently in. So only if they would perhaps have less covered lives would it shrink, or if some of them would decide to seek other insurance. Yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily, there's nothing in this bill that would shrink it. It just limits the growth.
Yes, so thank you. Did you hear any testimony from about the number of new people that have come into this plan over the course of, say, the last 5 years? Was there any information shared with the committee that says that this pool all of a sudden has exploded in size, or that there's been a bunch more people that...
It has grown, and what we heard was that at the current time, about between 10 and 15% of the total participation in PEIA are non-direct state employees.
Right.
And that has grown.
Can you give me some sense of the growth?
Well, right now we know they have 35 applications currently pending, which is much higher than they've seen in the past.
Okay, applications from non-state entities to join the plan.
The gentleman's correct.
Okay, and then this bill would eliminate those people from being able to enter the plan?
No, if their application is pending,
they would be processed.
The gentleman's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Garcia, is recognized.
Will the gentleman from the 17th yield?
Gladly.
Okay. So the basic premise of this seems to be that because of the lower reimbursement rate and the amount of people within PEIA, that this is kind of like a Band-Aid to try to prevent that from growing as far as the issues with hospitals' finances?
That would be correct.
Okay, so if we were to look at the issue, it sounds like we're looking at a resolution to study the reimbursement rates. If we're able to fix that issue, is this bill needed, or do you think both of these together help with finding a solution?
At the current time, this bill is needed, to the gentleman. You are correct. If the reimbursements could get back up to where they should be, as we looked at it, our surrounding states, for their state employees, go more with a commercial type of insurance plan with a reimbursement that would be probably about 3 times what we're paying. I would argue to the gentleman that in the current market, if this wasn't health care, I believe you could make an argument that this fee schedule is predatory pricing. There's absolutely no way that any insurance company can compete against that fee schedule.
Would it be fair to say that if we were to adopt this bill and at a later time we were to try to work on and fix the rate, the reimbursement rate, would this be something we should come back and look at in the future as far as whether it'd be appropriate for other entities, nonprofits, to potentially increase access to PEIA?
Well, to the gentleman, I think anything is in the purview of this legislature to always revisit and come back. That's the reason we meet every year.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman 34, Thugget Boggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would request a Rule 49 ruling. I serve on a couple boards that might be affected by the passage of this legislation.
Yes, sir. Under the set of facts relayed to the chair by the gentleman from the 34th, it would be the opinion of the chair. The gentleman would belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals and therefore is directed to vote.
Thank you, sir.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman from the 17th, Thugget Royal Rock, wish to close debate on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as has been alluded to in the questioning and the debate, I think we're going to have to recognize where we're at and why we're here. As the statistics show, our reimbursement for PIA is really poor. And I think it was LACRA about a year ago where this really came to point. And the statistic that I didn't show you is out-of-state providers are being paid tremendously more than in-state providers for the same plan, the same DRGs. And the question is why? Because otherwise they wouldn't see our patients. So inside the state, we are treating...
Council, please be in order while the gentleman closes debate.
Inside our state, we are treating our providers way worse than we're treating for the same thing an out-of-state provider. Now, this is a Band-Aid. This is a tourniquet. I would challenge this body. This problem's not going to go away and leave us alone. We're going to have to deal with this. So to my friend from Marion County, I fully expect this to be revisited next year. But all we're doing right now is trying to slow the bleeding down some until we can get PEIA with a fair reimbursement schedule for our in-state providers. So I would urge the members to adopt this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 51st, Douglas Hanson. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 8 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 398, limiting eligibility of certain employers to participate in PEIA plans.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 4 nays, and 1 member absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding any provision of this code to the contrary, composting of organic materials, including but not limited to yard waste, food scraps, food processing residues, soiled or unrecycled paper, animal carcasses, and agricultural waste may be disposed of by composting in this state. Any products sold as a result of composting are required to comply with the provisions of 1915-1 at sequence of this code. That is the bill in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 89 ayes, 9 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 464, requiring composting of organic materials and commercial composting products comply with West Virginia fertilizer law.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
This bill was advanced to third reading with amendments pending and the right to amend. Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The First Amendment before you makes it so that only public release of this information is a violation. This is protected information released to an insurance underwriter would not be public and therefore is not a violation. So I urge adoption of this amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment just explained, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 2.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is code reference cleanup. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
The Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 3.
Are there objections? Are there amendments to this amendment? If not, then the gentleman from the 35th to explain this primary amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be withdrawn and that the Capito amendment be offered in lieu thereof.
Are there objections? If there are no objections, the clerk will please report the amendment that will now be under consideration by the House.
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito 4-8 number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? Okay, if not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain this amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I just like the title of that one a little better. I'm just kidding. This amendment adds public defenders, assistant public defenders, and panel attorneys. When we made the amendment in committee, we added defense attorneys, but upon further review, we wanted to make sure that it was fully inclusive of those attorneys practicing in that area. So I urge adoption of the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a result of actually a very sad story that occurred in New Jersey with a federal judge that had sentenced someone who was on trial, and when that individual was released from prison, the address of the judge was released, and that former convict at that time had gotten a hold of that address and had gone to the judge's house. The judge was not home, but the judge's son was home, and it resulted in the loss of life and the murder of that judge's son. And so, in response to that, this is named Daniel's Law in memory of Daniel. The purpose of this bill is to implement Daniel's Law for the protection of the home address and unpublished telephone number of certain public officials, which include judicial officers, prosecutors, public defenders, defense counsel, and law enforcement officers, to ensure that they and their families are safe and permit them to do their public duties without fear of physical harmful public reprisal. I urge adoption of the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman to the 60th, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, limiting release of certain personal information maintained by state agencies.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 478, permitting use of established federal marketplace programs to purchase supplies.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to the 15th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to exempt the West Virginia Military Authority from purchasing division by permitting the use of United States General Service Administration global supply. The West Virginia Military Authority will still be subject to federal purchasing requirements and will still be subject to audits by a state auditor. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman to the 60th, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 478, permitting use of established federal marketplace programs to purchase supplies.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 485, relating to use or presentation of firearm during commission of felony.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to create a separate crime when a prohibited person possesses a firearm while attempting to or commit a felony. As a separate and distinct offense, any person who, while attempting to commit or committing a qualifying felony, possesses on his or her person a firearm shall be guilty of a felony upon conviction shall be imprisoned in a state correctional facility for not more than 10 years. Importantly, this person must be a prohibited person from carrying a firearm. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 83 ayes, 15 noes, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 485 relating to use or presentation of firearm during commission of felony.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 502 providing lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping license to residents, adopted, and foster children under 15.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 54th, Delegate Hott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill would be to amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code providing for lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses. Current law provides that lifetime license may be issued to residents under the age of 2 at half the price of an adult license, and that a lifetime license may be issued to residents under the age of 12 and legally adopted at half the price of an adult license, so long as the license is issued within 2 years of the adoption. License fees are set by legislature rule by the Director of the Division of Natural Resources. The bill authorizes a reduced rate for a lifetime license for residents under the age of 15 as follows. Residents under the age of 1 at 40% of the price of an adult. Residents between the ages of 1 and 5 at approximately half the price of an adult license, and residents between the ages of 5 and 10 at 75% of the adult license, and then finally residents between the ages of 10 and 15 at 90% of the adult license. The bill also changes the fees for adopted residents under the age of 15, allowing the fee to be based upon the date of adoption, allowing the date of adoption to be the substitute for birth date to calculate the age of the resident for determining the fee. The bill provides for the same calculation of fees for residents who are foster children under the age of 15. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 502 providing a lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping license to residents, adopted, and foster children under 15.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 532, limiting claims for state tax credits and rebates.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to make modification of the West Virginia Tax Procedure and Administration Act that would specifically restrict a taxpayer using a specific capital investment made on or after July 1st, 2022 to qualify for more than one state tax credit or rebate, unless that is specifically authorized by the statute which created that tax credit or rebate. If a taxpayer does apply for more than one tax credit based upon the same capital investment, the tax commissioner is authorized to either, number 1, allow the credit or rebate on the first credit or rebate that was granted, or number 2, if no credit or rebate has yet been granted, allow the credit or rebate that is least favorable to the taxpayer and to deny the other credit or rebate applied for. If a credit or rebate has been granted in violation of this section, the tax commissioner may make assessments, apply interest and penalties in relation thereto. Mr. Speaker, this basically just says no double dipping. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman 27th, Douglas Gerhardt's recognized.
Thank you. Could I ask the gentleman to yield? In your explanation, you indicated that they would take the least favorable, and I believe our amendment yesterday modified that to the most favorable to the taxpayer.
Gentleman is correct. I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 96 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 532, limiting claims for state tax credits and rebates.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect July 1st, 2021.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective July 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the two-thirds of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 537, relating generally to kidnapping.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill really modifies the language of the charge of kidnapping to correct an error in the elements of kidnapping. In essence, it moves the language of transportation of a person from the intent part of the code up to the element part of the code. So it would read, with this bill, any person who unlawfully takes custody of, conceals, confines, transports, or restrains another person against his or her will, etc., with the intent to, and then it takes out the transportation down below that. So it would be intent to hold another person for ransom, reward, or concession, and inflict bodily injury, and then other elements below that. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 537, relating generally to kidnapping.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities, fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
This bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments?
Delegate Evans moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Evans 4-8.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections? There are no objections. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's anybody in this body that would deny the fact that our coal communities are suffering, have been for many years. In fact, we have seen many ghost towns actually arise as a result of the downturn in the coal industry. I certainly live in one of those ghost towns. The underlying bill is a cry for help to save jobs in the communities that rely on coal mines and for power plants that rely on these jobs. In committee, I stood up and I endorsed the bill wholeheartedly. This bill is important. The amendment recognizes the cry for help. In addition to protecting these existing jobs, the amendment calls for a coal community comeback plan to find ways to create new jobs. Now, I know every one of you campaigned on creating jobs. Here's your opportunity to do so. The amendment doesn't change anything, absolutely nothing, in the underlying bill. It simply adds a section. Now, we'll tell you the amendment is based upon a bill that this House passed in the last session, 100-0. It did not get taken up in the Senate. I don't know why. I will tell you that I was a co-sponsor of that bill. The federal infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan as it's called, will direct millions, if not billions of dollars to West Virginia. The amendment will better ensure that the federal funding and focus of this funding is to the desires of West Virginians. Who knows what's needed? We know. We know what we need to rebuild, and we know what diversification our economies are currently needing. We owe it to West Virginia and the communities hardest hit by the downturn and the power plants that we've lost. Mr. Speaker, we need a plan, and that's what this bill will do. It will actually require the Public Service Commission to put together the plan. That's all it does. It requires the Public Service Commission to put together the plan of how that money will be distributed to the coalfield communities. The plan will include opportunities to maintain and increase jobs in coal mines and at coal-fired power plants, and other sectors that would diversify the economies of impacted communities. It's pretty simple. It helps West Virginians. Keep in mind, its only job, or the only portion of this bill, the main portion of this bill is to ask the Public Service Commission to put together a plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 8th, Douglas Anderson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had consulted with the delegate from McDowell, and in light of the position of this House and in last year passing a bill that was very similar to the gentleman's amendment, I rise in support of his amendment and ask that it be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully rise to urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment. It would place broadband underneath the West Virginia Public Service Commission. Section A, the West Virginia Public Service Commission shall facilitate a process to create a coal community comeback plan. And then it goes on to say that it will include the maintenance and development of water, wastewater, broadband, and other infrastructure needed to revitalize impacted communities. This House and this body has intentionally made sure that we do not place broadband as a regulated public utility. I think that this would run contrary to the work of this House and House Bill 2002, which just passed the West Virginia Senate and will be coming back to us for concurrence hopefully later today. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the Public Service Commission should be regulating our economy or broadband, and for those reasons, I would urge rejection.
The gentleman from the 20th, Douglas Brown, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we're on the 59th day of a 60-day legislative session, and I finally get to step up and speak for the coal industry, which I dearly love. You see, I don't know about you all, but I grew up in what was called the heart of the billion-dollar coal industry. We displayed a sign proudly in Mingo County when you entered the city of Williamson. That's what it said. You see, prior to becoming a lawyer, I worked in the coal industry for 12 years. I was an underground laborer. I worked on the Lone Wall Miner. I worked in a prep plant doing maintenance. I operated equipment on a surface job and then worked my way up to management. I talk about the coal industry much more as in theory because I've lived it. I was a third generation coal miner. My dad was a coal miner, my grandfather was a coal miner. Mr. Speaker, where I'm from, there's frustration. Frustration because there are no jobs, there is no hope. There's been a shift in this country to alternative or renewable energy. Personally, I'm not adverse to that. I just think we should have a level playing field for all forms of energy. And coal must be in that playing field. The other frustration in southern West Virginia, Mr. Speaker, is the belief that we've been left behind in this state. We as a legislator do not do enough to help those in southern West Virginia, more particularly the coal field industry, or the coal field areas. Mr. Speaker, arguably, the coal industry built this state. We mined the coal that made the steel, that built the state, that built the country. And there's a feeling from where I'm at, Mr. Speaker, that the coal miner is nothing more than an endangered species at this point. So given the chance, I'll stand for the coal industry anytime I have a chance to do it. I always have, and I always will. I thank my my friend from the McDowell County for offering the amendment. I think it helps our coal miners, and I hope that you would support it as well.
Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentleman from the 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to respond to my friend from Cabell and his concern about the regulation of PSC and broadband, my reading of the bill to the body is that it doesn't do that. It doesn't place broadband under a regulatory authority. It has nothing to do with regulation. It's simply about requiring them to put together a plan, and including in that plan is broadband, but it doesn't place broadband under the regulation of the PSC is my reading of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
Is there debate on the amendment? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the amendment? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend from the 16th, these are recommendations. They're not requirements. What the PSC decides to put in the plan would be up to them. I'm simply asking you to allow them to put a plan together. This is a jobs bill. It's a great bill. Let's make it better. Let's make sure that the people that work in the coal industry, whether they be at the power plants, whether they be in the mines, whether they be the company owners, let's give them a chance. A green vote here is a vote for jobs. A red vote is a vote against jobs, in my opinion. You have to decide that for yourself. I don't make any bones about it. The coal industry is suffering, and my people are suffering. And I know a lot of yours are too. Let's stand up. Let's do the right thing. Let's give them the opportunity to put together a plan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 26th, Doug Evans. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please, roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 49 ayes, 48 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 8th, Doug Anderson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes legislative findings related to the Public Service Commission concerning the decline of the coal industry and its effects, and the effect of that decline on the state's economy and electric grid stability and security. To maintain a grid stability, the bill requires that coal-fired plants owned and regulated electric utilities maintain a minimum 30-day aggregate fuel supply under contract as of the effective date. The bill also requires public electric utilities to provide advance notice of proposed closure or sale of any electricity generating unit to the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, the Public Service Commission, and the Legislature's Joint Committee on Government and Finance before announcing that closure or sale. Finally, the bill establishes the Coal Community Comeback Advisory Committee within the Public Service Commission to plan and make recommendations to revitalize coal communities who have suffered the loss of a power plant or coal mine. The committee will study the economic situations and attempt to find solutions to the devastating loss to that these communities have suffered. Mr. Speaker, I ask for passage of the legislation. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 24th, Doggett Bridges, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 542, relating generally to public electric utilities and facilities fuel supply for existing coal-fired plants.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Evans moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 562, relating to juvenile competency proceedings.
Are there objections? Are there amendments? Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 1.
Are there objections to having this amendment explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 32nd, Doggett Fast, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike and insert amendment involves a bill which is to create a procedure for statutory policies to deal with minors charged as juveniles who have mental competency issues. Current law does not distinguish between adults and juveniles as to competency procedures, and this contributes to possible constitutional problems. Specifically, this amendment involves the issue that it contributes to possible constitutional problems. The issue was raised by the Supreme Court in West Virginia versus JC in May of 2019. The issues were first addressed during the 2020 session in a work group of DHHR and judiciary prosecutors, defense counsel, and advocates worked on this over a year. Specifically, it would establish that DHHR is the primary service provider, facilitator for evaluating competency, attainment, and provisions to services for a juvenile, establishes procedures for raising competency, and creates a rebuttable presumption that children under 14 years of age are incompetent. Those 14 and older are presumed to be competent. It sets out definitions used in provisions related to juvenile competency, sets out procedures to begin competency determination proceedings for respondents 14 and older, and establishes timeframes. It establishes qualifications for competency evaluators, establishes evaluation procedures, establishes timeframes and requirements for tests, requires evaluation and competency attainment services to be performed in the least restrictive environment given the child's best interest and public safety. Under subsection 734, juveniles charged with acts which would constitute a misdemeanor or a nonviolent felony, if committed by an adult, may not be required to undergo competency attainment services beyond their 19th birthday. Those charged with what would constitute a felony crime of violence not beyond 21 years of age. a juvenile may be referred to mental hygiene for civil commitment or be referred to the Department for Services upon a determination of incompetency and deemed not restorable. Under Section 735, the section makes clear these procedures apply whether the case is under juvenile jurisdiction of the court or a matter which could invoke adult jurisdiction. And that is a summary of the amendment, a detailed summary of the amendment, Mr. Speaker. It also, the strike and insert contained an amendment that the once competency is raised, that the court shall appoint a guardian ad litem at that point, and not after competency has been determined. And it also clarifies the burden of proof established under Section 727, subsections B and C. That's a detailed summary, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge adoption of the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained. Is there debate on the amendment? All right, if not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the amendment adopted. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 562 relating to juvenile competency proceedings.
Does the bill require further explanation? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 562 relating to juvenile competency proceedings.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 569 relating to damages for medical monitoring.
Are there amendments? All right, the House will please be in order. We do have, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a number of amendments to this bill. If there are no objections, we will begin with consideration of a comprehensive strike and insert amendment offered by the gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele. Are there objections? If there are no objections, Chair will ask if there are secondary amendments to that primary amendment.
Delegate Steele moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Steele 4-8, number 1. Delegate Fass moves to amend the bill. This is HFA. It's a strike and insert. Delegate Fass moves to amend the strike and insert. This is HFA Fast 4-9, number 2.
All right, are there objections to having this secondary amendment offered by the gentleman from 32nd, Douglas Fast, explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 32nd to explain the secondary amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to amend the strike and insert amendment on page 2, section 32, line 25, following the word disease by striking the following. No plaintiff shall be awarded or paid any monies to cover the cost of his or her future medical surveillance, screening test, or monitoring procedures until such surveillance test or monitoring procedures have been completed. And the purpose, by striking that language, it leaves in language that if there is to be medical monitoring under the narrow scope of this strike and insert, then the court could allow payment before the testing or monitoring is performed. And that is intended if you have a provider who's going to perform monitoring or testing and they say you have to pay up front, and the person says, well, I don't have the money to pay up front, this could be a mechanism so that payment could be made prior to the testing in advance. That is the secondary amendment.
The question now is on the secondary amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 32nd. Is there debate on the secondary amendment just explained? If not, those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Chair is uncertain. Those in favor of those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will please raise one hand. Stand still. Thank you. Lower the hands. Those opposed to the secondary amendment, please raise one hand. Okay, thank you. Lower the hands. The secondary amendment is adopted. The question now is on the primary amendment as amended. Are there objections to having the primary amendment as amended explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the body for giving me an opportunity to address this bill through amendment. I want to talk a little bit about what medical monitoring is for a moment. It's something that happens very seldomly in the law. The claim of medical monitoring is usually in connection with a toxic tort. There's very few examples of that in West Virginia law that I'm aware of. Probably the first one would be the old diet pill Fen-Phen. When that came about 20 years ago, The damages and claims in that were that there would be later in life, and was proven in court that there would later in life be significant problems that could be alleviated if there was proper procedures in place for testing for a disease to be developing. And it also showed that by early detection, those problems could be solved. Another one would be Breslin. The OxyContin case that we've had here in the state has medical monitoring attached to it, but it's a little bit of a different situation, and as well as the C8 case with DuPont. There's very, very few of these cases. It's something that happens very, very seldom, and it's usually in a toxic tort case. What's a toxic tort case? That there has been some kind of exposure to a general population of a hazardous substance that raises or elevates the risk for a serious medical condition that could possibly be remedied if there were early detection. Okay, that's what a medical monitoring case is all about. It's actually something that was developed by the defense bar because it would prevent down the road higher claims that could possibly be resulting from a serious disease that could be alleviated by a very small amount of money being spent on monitoring early on. Now, there's a split among states as to how medical monitoring works. West Virginia right now would fall on what would be on the side of it would be very, very easy to get. What my amendment does is limit that down and ratchet it down from what it currently is. And I want to tell you how. It's because we're putting 7 conditions in place that will limit medical monitoring. So if you want to go with me on your computer and we can look through these. In any civil action where a plaintiff who does not allege a present physical injury or disease seeks to recover future medical monitoring costs as damages, a defendant cannot be required to pay as damages or provide any other type of legal, injunctive, or equitable relief for a plaintiff's future medical surveillance, screening tests, or monitoring procedures unless the plaintiff proves to a reasonable degree of certainty all of the requirements of the underlying cause of action. And that, so every last one of these requirements is going to have to be met. He or she has been significantly exposed. 2, to a proven hazardous substance. 3, through the tortious conduct of the defendant. 4, as a proximate result of the exposure, the plaintiff has suffered a significantly increased risk of contracting a serious latent disease relative to the general population of more than 100%. So there has to be a double the chance that you would get this serious disease due to the exposure and the defendant's tortious conduct. The increased risk of that disease makes it objectively medically necessary for the plaintiff to undergo periodic diagnostic medical examinations, and such periodic medical examinations are different than what would normally be prescribed to a regular person in the absence of exposure. So let's say that what's recommended is that you get an echocardiogram every other year after age 50, or that you get a mammogram every year after age 45. Well, then there would be no claim for that, because that person would be recommended to get a mammogram every year anyway, okay? And that's usually where this is going to come up. Monitoring procedures exist that make early detection of the disease possible. So it can't be some speculative test that the court's coming up with that doesn't presently exist. Early detection is beneficial, meaning that a treatment exists that can significantly decrease the risk of death or the severity of the disease according to contemporary scientific principles. So even if early detection were helpful, even if early detection, and you met the prior 6 requirements, even if early detection it can be done, it has to show that it's beneficial in actually preventing the development of the serious disease, or this whole thing doesn't happen. There is no medical monitoring. So a claim under this section may be brought by, and this is one thing I am adding, a claim under this section may be brought by a plaintiff after birth based on a prenatal exposure, regardless of whether the prenatal exposure occurred prior to fetal viability, if the plaintiff otherwise meets the requirements of this section. So in that instance where the mother maybe is exposed to something and meets all these conditions, then that plaintiff in utero, that child, would have this claim after birth, and that's something that I felt was very important to get in there. Now, as we go down through this, of course, the delegate from the 32nd Amendment coming down into this, these monies would be identified beforehand of what tests actually need to happen in order to detect this preventable serious disease. So those payments would be going toward that. And these trust funds are already established, and there's a trust fund administrator that gets these bills and pays these bills. It's not something where people are willy-nilly getting a mountain of money to go out and do this. There are trust fund administrators on this thing. Here's another limitation. The damage award authorized by this section is not available in a civil action brought against an employer pursuant to paragraph B, subdivision 2, subsection D, section 2, article 4, chapter 23 of this code. That is your workers' comp section with deliberate intent. Now, why is that? Deliberate intent medical monitoring claims would actually, one could be filled by OSHA. OSHA regulations would cover that. The second thing is workers' compensation is already going to pay for the medical care. So there's no point in a deliberate intent case of this coming up. So it is a defense to the award of damages authorized in this section that the benefits of medically monitoring the exposed population are outweighed by the costs of the monitoring. In making this determination, the court or the finder of fact may consider the number of people likely to benefit from the monitoring in relation to the population being monitored, whether early diagnosis of the latent disease is likely to lead to a better treatment outcome, whether treatment currently exists for the disease, that is the subject of medical monitoring, or whether the condition diagnosed is irreversible or untreatable. So if the condition is irreversible or untreatable, they're not going to get medical monitoring anyway. It's going to be outweighed by the benefits. Whether the assets of the defendant are limited such that the available funds should be reserved to compensate those who are subsequently developing an injury. So if you're in a situation where this defendant could possibly be bankrupted, then what the court may look at is take that money, reserve it for actual injuries rather than medical monitoring to actually take care of those folks that are going to be affected by this. Notwithstanding any other provision of this code, the venue for any civil action brought under this provision shall lie in the county where the significant exposure allegedly occurred. Now, one of the things that I want you to remember with this is not a case that comes up very often, but when it does, it is significant. It is significant, and there is an unknown population that has been exposed to something, or I should say they've been unknowingly exposed to something that is very detrimental and can lead to serious risk of death down the line. Let me give you an example of where it hasn't happened. The Charleston water case that we've talked about several times in here, that had no medical monitoring attached to it because the court looked at that and said, you haven't given us an identifiable substance that is going to lead to a serious risk of death. It's not going to happen. So the Charleston water case didn't even have medical monitoring attached to it. What we're talking about is direct causal link to the exposure. This amendment that I'm putting before you right now is very, very limiting to the current doctrine you have. What it does is it narrows that down and gives the court some concrete parameters for a real cause of action that can save your loved ones, can save communities, and can even save the unborn by the way this has been developed. And I want you to know that this is not something that I've came up with on the fly. This is something that we've talked about for a very, very long time. Aside from the addition of the prenatal, this is the exact Senate Bill 263 from 2017 that passed the Senate 33-0 but didn't have time to run in judiciary that year. This bill, this amendment, passed Senate Judiciary 33-0 under this majority. And it's a good bill. It's a good limitation. It's reasoned. What the bill you have in front of you without this amendment does is it completely eliminates the cause of action for medical monitoring. That bill requires you to have a present physical injury. Now think about that for a minute. If I have a present physical injury, why do I need medical monitoring? I'm going to get damages, and I will have a known or quantifiable amount of medical costs to be associated with that. If I already know what I'm sick with or how I'm injured, I do not need medical monitoring. So what the bill does that came over from the Senate is it completely prevents someone in a situation of a bad exposure to a harmful chemical from getting needed medical monitoring. And I would repeat to you, medical monitoring is a small claim compared to the potential outcome of serious, life-threatening, hazardous risks of death that could come without the monitoring. So I want you to remember all of those limitations. This is a very, very narrow subset. We are talking about a handful of cases. Handful. Another great example would be Agent Orange. If Agent Orange was not a VA claim, there would be a good case for medical monitoring, because exposure to Agent Orange sometimes did not crop up the development of disease did not crop up for 15 to 20 to 30 years. But where it's under the VA system, with that Agent Orange, those individuals are provided treatment anyhow. Another good example would be the Camp Lejeune water contamination case. Camp Lejeune had a dry cleaner on base that from 1951 up until the 1990s was dumping their chemicals for dry cleaning into the water supply. And many, many Marines, including my own great uncle and aunt, were barren. They could not have any children because of it. And nobody could figure out why until one day they discovered that base commanders had been ignoring for decades that this dry cleaner was dumping these chemicals in the water supply. That would have been a good case for medical monitoring. Actually, they extended the benefits of some of that VA monitoring and medical care to spouses and children that were on the base for more than 30 days because of that. So that would have been a great example of that. We're talking about really toxic torts here. We're not talking about something that happens every day. There's not a lawyer in this room, unless the speaker is doing something more than I know he is, that has handled a medical monitoring case. They're not here. It's only happened a couple times. But when it does happen, folks, it's very, very important. And I couldn't be push this more. This amendment is a severe limitation on what's already there. It is very limiting. And it's something that the Senate has already passed before. And it's a reasonable way to handle this problem. And I would urge adoption. Thank you.
The question is on the primary amendment. The gentleman from the 10th, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd request Rule 49.
Yes, under the set of facts relayed by the gentleman to the chair earlier today, it would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman does belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and therefore is directed to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the gentleman's amendment.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would completely gut the objectives of this legislation to establish a physical injury requirement for the claimant to bring a medical monitoring action. The amendment under subsection A attempts to codify the elements set forth by the West Virginia High Court in Brewer versus Westinghouse Electric Corporation decision, which provides that the physical injury is not required. In doing so, the amendment would not materially change existing law, contrary to the basic purpose of the legislation. Subsection B of the amendment appears to actually expand existing medical monitoring law in West Virginia, again, contrary to the legislation's basic purpose, by expressly allowing medical monitoring claims based on prenatal exposure to a substance. Subsection E of the amendment, prohibiting punitive damages, might sound good, but it would not change existing medical monitoring law. West Virginia High Court in Prime versus E.I. DuPont held that punitive damages may not be awarded in the case of actions for medical monitoring. Subsection F of the amendment would create an avenue via statutory defense to challenge and expand medical monitoring awards. It would also provide a venue for a civil action in a county where an exposed allegedly occurred, which is plainly designed to increase the potential medical monitoring award. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I encourage a strong rejection of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Douglas Nestor, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 29th yield, please?
Yes.
Yes. Pursuant to your amendment, let's say that there's a pregnant mother. And
I say it again.
There's a pregnant mother.
Pregnant mother, yes.
And she's exposed to teratogens intentionally. And it's well known in the medical community that that unborn child is likely, substantially likely, to experience some sort of adverse health consequences into the future. And if this amendment were not adopted, would the bill without it, who would pay for those that medical monitoring, that baby's medical needs?
There would be no claim for medical monitoring for the infant.
Okay. So if your amendment were not adopted under the scenario I just presented, the mother would bear the costs of taking her
or society, either one.
Right. Or the taxpayer.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Capito, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I see the boogeyman's out today. Scary stories and serious stories, and my friend from the 29th explained his strike and insert actually perfectly. He did it perfectly. He's done many trials, as he informed me the other day, and he explained it well. The gentleman from the 10th did speak truth to the strike and insert that this does gut the bill. It's probably tantamount to a poison pill, so if you don't like the bill, you probably should vote for the amendment if you don't like the bill. Let me give you a little bit of history on the cause of action, because I have learned a lot about this cause of action over the last several years. And it's a court-made cause of action. It was made up by the Supreme Court. That Supreme Court from the 90s, I think we all recall. And it was a cause of action that was pulled out of thin air and made up. Now, they may have pulled some of the pieces from other states to make it, but this body didn't do anything on it. This isn't a cause of action created by the legislative body, which is where cause of actions oftentimes are born. So this is a court-made action, and with this strike and insert, we're codifying it. We're saying we really like what that court from the 90s did. We really liked all of those massive toxic tort settlements that the court from the 90s did. We like that sort of trial attorney mentality. That's what happens if we adopt this. So we're codifying a cause of action. And as my friend said, I think verbatim, we're creating a cause of action in code. Creating a cause of action, creating a reason to go to court. If this strike and insert is adopted, it would do exactly what the gentleman from the 29th says, but it would do the exact opposite of what the purpose of the bill was. It would be essentially like having a pro-Second Amendment bill turn into an anti-gun bill. It would be like a pro-life bill turning into a pro-choice bill. It would be like a criminalization bill turning into a legalization bill. So we have a civil justice reform bill, a tort reform bill, that's going to turn into a trial attorney's dream if we adopt this. So if that's what you want, adopt it. It's two polar opposite points of view. It started that way, and this is what it's turned into. And my friend mentioned that these are small, generally small. Well, I will tell you, the first one of these cases, there's a trial attorney in Charleston that made $200 million off of one of these cases. $200 million. I don't know where you come from, but That's not small in my book. For the past 7 years, this legislature has taken on difficult issues. We've stood up and we've said that the 83 years before that worth of policies that invited and encouraged lawsuit abuse in West Virginia are going to end. And we've made strides. And this puts the car in reverse. So if you want to go back to what we did and do more of what happened in the 83 years before we got here, vote for the strike and insert amendment. This amendment means that it's open season for trial attorneys again in West Virginia, and I might think about switching to that side of the bar, frankly, if this one picks up. And it would be really good to be in that business and probably one other business if this strike and insert is amendment. If you're in the advertising business and you need to rent out more of those billboards, I can assure you people are going to be jumping at that if we adopt the primary amendment. Mr. Speaker, let's not go backwards. Let's not reverse the purpose of the bill. Let's go one foot in front of the other and keep moving forward. Reject the amendment.
The gentleman, the 42nd, Douglas Bruce, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill, the amendment.
The gentleman's recognized.
I've been a trial attorney for 37 years, and I guarantee you my brother and sister trial attorneys work hard to protect individual rights and protect your rights. And sometimes the characterization I get offended by, but I'm going to let that go. What the original bill coming out of Judiciary did was basically get rid of wholeheartedly medical monitoring. It's over in this state. Now, as a gentleman from the 29th explained to you, it's a real deal. I know whether you remember the asbestos cases, there was medical monitoring dealing with some of those. People got asbestos and they had trouble and they got medical monitoring early on. But look, what this new bill, the amendment does, it just about kills that cause of action and makes it very difficult. The bill, the original bill coming out of Judiciary, if you do have a legitimate problem under that bill, you have to front all the expenses for your testing and everything, and then you get paid later. Well, who could do that? People injured cannot do that. But this bill that I really appreciate, gentleman from 29th bringing this amendment out, but let's talk about what it does. If you look, there's basically three standards of evidence in a trial in the judicial system. There's preponderance of the evidence. That's in your normal property dispute. You present your case to the judge or jury, and he weighs it like a scale. And if you prove your case by just using in a preponderance of evidence case, it's like 51%. You can prevail, just enough to win. But what we have in this case is much more strict, the clear and convincing. What's in this bill, the amendment, is clear and convincing evidence. If you want to prove your medical monitoring case, it's not the same as a regular injury case or other property case or anything like that. It's more like 75% burden you have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that you need medical monitoring. So that right away eliminates just about 75% of any cases that come about if you can't prove that. And in the criminal section, in criminal cases, we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard. So in this bill, we've increased the amendment. We've increased the burden of proof, but we're providing, and we all did some other things in this amendment that I'm thankful for, is there cannot be any punitive damages. There's no punitive damages. I think as it was passed, I didn't know it was passed 2 years ago in 2017 by the Senate unanimously. That was Judicial Committee. But I think this bill is fair to our citizens of this state. It just about wipes it out, but it makes it, if it is there, you get it. You have a claim, an opportunity to. The existing bill proposed that we're going to be voting on just, in my opinion, completely wipes this cause of action out in the state and hurts a lot of people, or could hurt a lot of people. Thank you.
Lady from the 41st, Delegate Tully is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 29th yield for some questions, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You mentioned fen-phen, and as I recall, as a nurse, mitral valve damage was one of the issues that came about with that medical case that came up from the phentermine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and typically how you detect your mitral valve damage is serial-echocardiograms, correct?
I'm a lawyer and I didn't handle the case. I know it had to deal with heart problems.
Okay.
But you're using big medical words.
Typically what happens is your mitral valve damage, and how you do detect that usually is your serial-echocardiograms. And if undetected mitral valve damage sometimes will result in a condition called pulmonary hypertension. Pulmonary hypertension a lot of times can be treated with oral medications, or it can also progress to the point that someone needs a lung transplant. So, are you familiar with the statement, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that be kind of what the medical monitoring would be taking care of in this instance?
Yeah, and to what you described, it seemed like, if I recall from some of the articles, a simple blood pressure medication could have solved the problem that often resulted in complete heart failure if it was just treated early.
Heart and lung failure, and you are correct, sir. And so for that reason, I do, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the amendment, and I do urge passage. I think that we owe our citizens in West Virginia this, and also we owe our patients this, to be able to monitor them appropriately and make sure that they get that prevention before they progress to a condition that will actually maybe end their life or result in lifelong limitations that they would not necessarily had they been detected sooner. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. 29th.
The question is on the primary amendment. Is there further debate on the primary amendment? The gentleman from 32nd, Delegate Fast, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope people listen and you just don't say, well, I have my mind made up. Just listen for a minute, if you would. This amendment requires proof. It's not just, oh, I think I drove by a toxic waste dump and I want to get some money out of that. That's not what we're talking about. It requires proof in a court of law that he or she has been significantly exposed to a proven hazardous substance through the tortious conduct of the defendant. And as a proximate result of the exposure, the plaintiff has suffered a significantly increased risk of contracting a serious latent disease relative to the general population of more than 100%. Proof. Now just think for a minute. What if it were your wife or your husband or you? What if it were your parents, your aunts and uncles? These are the people we're talking about. I do know that in the Parkersburg case, the gentleman mentioned, the C8 case, medical monitoring was set up, and it's my understanding there was approximately 1,000 to 1,500 people that were able to participate in the medical monitoring. Number one, I'm told that these people did not get the money, then they could just stick it in their back pocket. There was an established proof in that case that there was exposure, and at least 55 people later were diagnosed with cancer of some type due to the significant exposure. 55 people. And I wasn't involved in that case, but it is my understanding that those 55 people are alive today, primarily because of early detection of the cancer. And I have to agree with my friend from the 29th that early detection can save lives. It just can. Versus no detection, and you could have just full-blown stage 4 cancer, and then what do you do about it? And so keep in mind that under this amendment, it is very strict. Keep in mind that under this amendment, the money goes into a fund to be administered by the court. The money does not go to the persons. And keep in mind that there are no punitive damages awardable under this amendment. And so I think this makes sense. I truly do believe that this makes sense. Primarily keep in mind, what if it's you or your loved ones that find themselves in this uncalled for situation you didn't ask for, they didn't ask for, but due to the tortious conduct of someone else, you find yourself in this situation. I would urge adoption of the gentleman's strike and insert amendment.
Is there debate on the primary amendment? If not, the gentleman from the 29th, Doug Steele, to close debate on the primary amendment.
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad after 59 days we can all call each other friends still yet. But just want to address a couple things, and I cannot reiterate this enough. And the gentleman from the 32nd and the gentleman from Greenbrier are absolutely right. This amendment dang near shuts down medical monitoring, but for a very sliver of small circumstances. Now, I like using a lot of catchphrases and big words too, like judicial hellhole and going backwards for 83 years, and you know, trial attorney. A lot of times we say trial attorney in here, and we all say, oh, we can't handle that. But I'd agree with the gentleman from Greenbrier. I like that I help people get made whole. I like that that's part of my job. I like that I take common folks in West Virginia and I hold their hand through a very life-altering circumstance, and I help them get themselves back together. Now, we can all send around pictures of some guy's house that made $200 million, or we could think about Toby and Edith, as the gentleman down the road likes to talk about. When Toby and Edith get poisoned by billionaires, they need a way to figure out what's going on with their lives, rather than sit around and die of cancer and die of heart disease, when all it needed was a $175 medical test from the gentleman from the 27th to let the lady know, yeah, you're developing cervical cancer. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about building a house up on the mountain overlooking the Capitol. We're talking about people down in the holler that nobody knows they got poisoned, they got hurt. We're talking about trying to make sure they're going to be okay. That's it, in a very, very finite number of circumstances. Yeah, call me a trial lawyer. I'll hold their hand every day to make sure that they get made whole. And I'm glad that I get to use my education to help the common people in my state. And if you want to belittle that, fine. But at least I'm doing something to help the people that live around me and help my community. And I'm proud of everybody else in here that does it too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has closed debate on the primary amendment. The question before the House now is on the primary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the primary amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 50 ayes, 49 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there further primary amendments?
Delegate Fastmoot.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my remaining amendments.
The gentleman from the 32nd asks unanimous consent to withdraw the remaining primary amendments. Are there objections? There are no objections. The remaining primary amendments are withdrawn. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 569 relating to damages for medical monitoring.
The gentleman, does the bill require further explanation? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 38 ayes, 62 noes, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill lost. It is the chair's intention to take a lunch break momentarily, but without objection at this time, we'll return to consideration of one Senate message. There are no objections. Do we have Senate messages?
The clerk of the Senate notes that the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 3300 relating to reducing personal income tax rates generally.
That message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. How timely is Senate message regarding Senate amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 3300. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 64th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll just briefly explain what the strike and insert amendment that is before you. The bill changes the severance tax on coal to a tiered system. The 0.35 additional tax on coal now dedicated for the benefit of counties and municipalities is permanently diverted to a new safer fund. It also changes the severance tax on natural gas and oil to a tiered system. Those additional taxes on gas and oil now dedicated for the benefit of counties and municipalities are being moved to a safer fund. There's under the consumer sales and service and use taxes, the download of all digital products delivered electronically shall be taxable. The bill increases the rate of tax on sales and services from 6 cents on the dollar of sales of services to 8 cents. Prepared food sold through vending machines and soft drinks shelves shall be taxed at the rate of 8% per dollar. There's also a 3% excise tax on 4 types of professional services: accounting, legal, engineering, architectural, and there's also contemplated in the bill 11% tax on a contingent fees. The bill also imposes the sales and service tax on the following sales and services: sales of radio and television broadcasting time, pre-printed advertising circulars and newspaper, and outdoor advertising space for the advertisement of goods or services. It also has sales of electronic data processing services and related software data processing and providing access to computer equipment for those purposes. It also charges a tax for membership or services provided by health and fitness organizations relating to personalized fitness programs, effective on the effective date of the bill. There's also imposed a tax on the sales of computer hardware and software, sales of electronic data processing services, sales of educational software required to be used in any public schools of this state or any institution in the state which qualifies as a nonprofit or educational institution. It also imposes a sales tax on the sales of internet advertising of goods and services, sales of high technology business services to high technology businesses. There is also sales tax on pre-written computer software, computers, computer hardware, servers, and building materials, and tangible personal property to be installed into a building or facility for direct use in high technology business. It also increases the tobacco tax on cigarettes from $1.20 to $2.20 per pack. It increases the tax on other tobacco products from 12% of the wholesale price to 19.5%. It also changes the rate of the excise tax on e-cigarette liquids from 7.5 cents to a percentage of the wholesale price, 23%. And the first 90% of all this tax will be sent to what they call a safer fund. The personal income tax rate reductions would occur based upon the occurrence of certain circumstances or events. The bill does not contemplate what those circumstances are. The amendment does not indicate who will determine the actual amounts or rate of dollar amount reductions that will result upon the occurrence of these events or circumstances. And if the burdens are too great for you, the bill provides refundable credits against your personal income tax. These amounts range from $250 per year for those households with an income of less than $10,000 to $50 per year for those households with an income between $30,000 and $34,999. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that this body has passed a bipartisan tax reform plan. We showed them the easy way out, and West Virginians want real tax relief and no new taxes. So why in the world do we want to penalize our small businesses, as they are the lifeblood of our economy? And why do we want to place new burdens on our citizens? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a silver platter, and I don't own a cow, and I haven't been able to swing by a farm this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge rejection of the gentlelady's motion.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur. Gentleman 27th, Doug Gearhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion before us to concur, I sincerely hope that we will reject. And to quote our governor, there is no way, shape, form, or fashion that I could ever support any portion of what is suggested. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to let the governor and the Senate know that we recognize that tax increases are not a tax cut. They are simply a shifting of burden. And if they want to be serious about cutting the tax burden on the people in West Virginia and advancing our economy, that we're not going to have any part of this. There's nothing that could do my heart any better than not concurring or, in fact, lighting the board up red if we have a vote to reject this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 25th, Doug Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be brief with this, but you guys probably know what's coming. This is basically pathetic, but I am disappointed with them for one thing. They did miss taxing oxygen. That's the only thing they missed. Thank you.
The question before the House. Oh, we're going there. The question before the House is the motion that the House concur. Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is unanimously sustained. Those in favor of the motion to concur will vote aye. Those opposed to the motion to concur will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Chair declares the motion rejected. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 3:15.
Are there objections? There are no objections. We are in recess until 3:15.
Hello, everyone. We're late on the briefing. We just did a thing on the personal income tax, and very regretfully, it's a dead item. Again, I thank the Senate for all that they've done, and 2/3 of the government, the Senate and the governorship and everything, all in, and the House won't even vote on it. So it's disappointing, but that's what we got to live with. Anyway, we've had 15 additional deaths in West Virginia. I hate that like crazy, and the trend still is good, but we've gotten 3 red counties now in the state, and we've just got to continue to be on guard. I mean, or I'm just going to be able to sit here every day, of which I hate like crazy, to sit here and read names, not necessarily names, but the numbers and the people, the counties, their sex, their age of people that we've lost. And, you know, if we don't get vaccinated and we don't continue to wear a mask and be cautious in every way, washing our hands and keeping our distance and everything, I mean, all you got to do is watch. All you got to do is watch what I'm going to have to do day after day after day, and that is sit here and read to you the people that we've lost. Great West Virginians, could be you, and absolutely with all in that, great people that these people's families and loved ones are hurting, and it's a shame, and I hate it. I hate it so badly. Our 2,723rd death is an 86-year-old female from Morgan County. Our 2,724th death is a 71-year-old male from Marshall County. Our 2,725th death is an 84-year-old male from Morgan County. Our 2,726th death is a 71-year-old female from Harrison County. Our 2,727th death is a 67-year-old female from Putnam County. Our 2,728th death is a 91-year-old male from Barber County. Our 2,729th death is a 62-year-old female from Ohio County. Our 2,730th death is a 76-year-old female from Putnam County. Our 2,731st death is a 49-year-old female from Berkeley County. Our 2,732nd death is an 83-year-old female from Grant County. Our 2,733rd death is an 81-year-old female from Harrison County. Our 2,734th death is an 82-year-old female from Putnam County. Our 2,735th death is an 81-year-old female from Pendleton County. Our 2,736th death is a 62-year-old male from Brooke County. And our 2,737th death in West Virginia is a 73-year-old female from Nicholas County. Just imagine 2,737 great West Virginians we've lost. Please, please keep them in your prayers. Some way, somehow, they'll be able to feel your prayers and to feel that they're not alone. Please, please do that. We have 479 new cases in the last 24 hours and a positivity rate of 3.70. We have dropped to 5.23 in our cumulative rate. We have 7,084 active cases and 135,000 and change recovered. We have 280 patients now in our hospitals and 87 in the ICU units with 3 red counties, Boone, Raleigh, and Berkeley County. Again, I remind you, if you're 65 years of age, you cannot possibly sit there and hear me calling names day after day, and if you get a cold, a sniffle, a headache, tiredness, anxiety, go get a test. Just go get a test. If by chance you were positive, we catch it early enough, the antibodies will save your life, and absolutely, we think that in every way, and if you don't, you're in for a tough go. That's all there is to it. The other thing is we just found out that in Berkeley County, we now have a confirmed case of the South African variant. You know, it is more and more and more testimony that now it's in 36 states across our nation, but now it is in West Virginia. And Dr. Marsh and Dr. Amjad will tell you more about this, but this is an extremely transmittable variant, and so it is really important to stand up, and absolutely super important to stand up about wearing your mask. The vaccine eligibility is all up there, 16 and above. And to young people today, I am again calling upon all West Virginians. Now you got to help me, West Virginia. I did this on Wednesday. But I'm calling on the parents and the grandparents to step up and tell your children, ages 16 to 35 years of age, we have got to get you vaccinated. We have got to get you vaccinated and get you vaccinated as quickly as possible. Not only could it save real sickness, maybe death, but young people can absolutely, with a life of decades and decades in front of them, they can be harmed possibly with side effects, heart or whatever it may be. We have got to get you vaccinated from the standpoint that you are the people that are transmitting this faster than anyone else. On a vaccine distribution update, yay, West Virginia, great job. We now have in the arms of West Virginians in excess of 1 million doses, 1,056,510 doses in the state of West Virginia, 645,000 first doses, 433,000 second doses, and that's a change and everything, and so that's great stuff. From the standpoint of saving our wisdom, we have now 65 years of age and older. We have now put in ours 254,000 doses, and in that there's 210,000 that are now fully vaccinated. We are over 75%. Unbelievable. Way to go. Way to go. We're on our way to 85. We absolutely set a goal in the beginning to try to get to 70 or 75. I said, no, we're going to fly by that and everything. We're going to absolutely keep going. We got to absolutely get to 85 plus. On the manufacturing stuff and everything, you know, we can go to businesses, we can go to churches, we can go to ball teams, we can go to schools, we can go to all. We are begging people to give us arms to put these shots in. It will save all kinds of lives and everything. And all we ask that you do is reach out to the numbers that you have seen and get in touch with us, and we'll schedule it all. And we'll come to your church, whether it's a church pastor that reaches out, we'll come to your business, we'll come to your school, we'll come to your ball team, whatever it may be, we'll come and try to take care of you as quickly as we possibly can. You know, the vaccine info line is all up, vaccine reminders. You know, you've got to take your vaccine. I keep telling people, for crying out loud, just please listen to me. The side effects are almost nothing. The absolute chance of you getting one of these variants, or absolutely getting this dreaded disease, and then having just, I mean, I don't know how to say it, but other than just hell to pay. That's all there is to it. If you happen to be especially an elderly person and you get this and you don't get the antibodies early enough, you're in real trouble. You're in real trouble. And life is going to be really, really bad. Really bad. So as far as our free testing, it's available, it's easy, it's nothing to do. We thank Fruits, we thank Walgreens. As far as the outbreaks, we've got 8 long-term care facility outbreaks. We've got 7 outbreaks in our churches in 6 counties. Those counties are Fayette, Grant, Harrison, Kanawha, Nicholas, and Raleigh counties. We have 97 inmate cases now and 9 staff cases, 36 at the Southern Regional Jail, 34 at Salem Correctional Center, and 23 at South Central Regional. Guidelines, I tell you over and over and over, they're all up. Wear your face mask. Don't just absolutely start running with the bulls and forget your face mask. We're not through this, but we're close. I don't know how many times I've got to tell you, I can't stand these things, but these are lifesavers. If you believe the contrary, you're going right in the face and defying what our CDC, Center of Disease Control, what our government in every way, what President Trump told you over and over before he left office, absolutely what our super experts, our coronavirus czar, Dr. Marsh, everybody is telling us and advising me, you got to wear your mask. Please consider giving blood. And now I've got to report one thing that's really tough. We lost a firefighter. We lost another one of our brave first responders in the line of duty this week. On Easter Sunday, the Albright Volunteer Fire Department in Preston County responded to a wildland fire in Preston County. Albright Captain Charles Wesley Chuck Miller answered the call. Captain Miller was driving to the fire to assist when it is believed a possible medical emergency caused him to lose control of his vehicle. Captain Miller, 62 years of age, had been a firefighter with the Albright VFD for nearly 30 years. He is survived by his wife, Carrie, their 2 sons, a grandson, and other family members. Kathy and I send our deepest condolences to his family and loved ones of all those that are friends and family of the Albright family, or the Albright community. Now, let me just say just this. We always take time to recognize those that we've lost. But this gentleman here gave so much, 30 years protecting and looking after his community. A great community in the state of West Virginia. We can never thank him enough. We can never thank the family enough. And great goodness alive, I know he'll really be missed. So, God be with him and all this great family, please. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
That we are in a new part of this COVID-19 pandemic response in West Virginia and in our country. And as we look at our strategy, there's really 3 different parts of our strategy that are connected now. And the first part is, as we've done from the very beginning of our pandemic response, we focus on saving lives and reducing hospitalizations. And that means we target our over 65-year-old population, which accounts for a majority of the deaths that we see from COVID-19 infection, our over 50-year-old population, which is what accounts for the age grouping for 97% of our deaths, and our nursing home and long-term care facility, as well as assisted living population that accounted before our vaccines for about 50% of our deaths. So we continue to try to expand the number of vaccines, because as we hear the governor read the names of West Virginia who have died, it is in this group that we still see way too many deaths in the citizenry of our state. The second front that we are approaching strategically is our younger people. As we've said many times with these variant viruses, and now that we've found the South African variant in West Virginia, as well as we see growth of the United Kingdom variant in West Virginia, we recognize that these variants are more infectious, can spread easier, and we see the spread of infection mainly in our younger population. So as we work to really focus on helping younger people be protected from the impact of COVID-19, which has these new variants are perhaps more severe for even young people that are generally have been felt to be protected against these consequences of COVID-19, including being sick enough to be hospitalized. And also that we know that these folks spread the virus, and that accelerates the spread of virus in our state. So we're really focusing on trying to help these young people and their families choose to get vaccinated to protect themselves and to protect each other, as well as to protect the populace of West Virginia. And we know that particularly on sports teams and extracurricular events, that this virus is spreading more rapidly. So the benefits of getting immunization for the COVID-19 virus include the ability to continue to play sports, to stay healthy, to not have to quarantine. Today, if one person on a team gets sick, then everybody needs to sit out who's been connected with each other. But in a fully vaccinated population, that is no longer necessary. So I think for the safety of our children and also for the ability to continue to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and these variants in West Virginia, it is really, really important that through our school systems and our Higher Education Policy Commission and with younger West Virginians that we see this population choose to be vaccinated, which really will help us buy more time, because the third focus is that we need to vaccinate all of our population, that we know that the older part of our population is dying more commonly from being infected with COVID-19. Our younger part of our population is spreading COVID-19 more quickly, but it is the rest of our population that is also at risk for developing long-term effects of COVID-19, being hospitalized or dying. And so the more people we can immunize, the better. The country of Israel has immunized about 2/3 of their population. And what they've seen today, they went from about 7,200 cases on average a week in January to now 300 or 350 or so cases per week that they've seen in this current week. But almost all of their deaths are in people that are not vaccinated or who are not fully vaccinated. And that means they're 2 weeks or less from that first dose of vaccine, because we know it takes at least 2 weeks to get the immune response. So learning from other countries really gives us insight for West Virginia, which says for all of the right reasons for us to continue our leadership position, but more importantly, for us to continue to be able to save lives, reduce long-term impact of COVID-19, and to reduce the spread of new variants that offer many more problems in the rapidity of spread and the severity of disease, then we all need to work together to make West Virginia the place that reaches its potential and continues to be the beacon for the rest of the country and even the rest of the world to see. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Marsh. Next, we'll go to Secretary Bill Crouch with the DHHR.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've implemented some additional changes to the COVID-19 dashboard. We're now including statewide immunization information system data. This is to be more consistent and in line with CDC reporting. Doses administered will include doses that the state receives and doses administered to the federal pharmacy and the FQHC programs. We have not had direct access to that information in the past. Doses received will only include total doses received, including doses that have been received through the federal pharmacy and the FQHC program. We can't separate the federal pharmacy and the federal FQHC allocations by first and second doses. So please understand we're using the best data we can to be fully transparent with you. Partially vaccinated will change to people receiving at least one dose in alignment with the CDC measure. This will include the total number of people who received at least one dose of the Pfizer or Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, and the total number of people who received a single dose of the Johnson & Johnson's COVID-19 vaccine. Fully vaccinated will stay the same, and the data that is included in the metric will not change. This is also in alignment with CDC measures. Johnson & Johnson doses administered will be counted in both people receiving at least one dose and people fully vaccinated. There's actually a yellow tab that will now on the vaccine summary tab that will give you additional information and definitions for those. So again, those changes are to try to continue to be transparent and provide as much information as we can to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Dr. Inamjad, our State Health Officer, and retired Major General Jim Hoyer, Director of the Joint Interagency Task Force, are also joining us today and are available for questions. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Mark Cram with WDVM.
All right. Good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon to everyone. We appreciate your time as always. It's now been about 10 days since the electronic death reporting system was implemented. I'm wondering how that's working. Are you satisfied that it's working as envisioned? And with the new variant showing up in Berkeley County, can we be assured that the current vaccines, all three of them actually, are effective against it? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Inamjad, maybe you can take this. Mark, I do not think that it's completely up and going and been implemented yet, but I could be wrong.
Sure, Mark. So the governor's right. We are still looking into different vendors and looking into that. It does take some time, the electronic death reporting system, but we are aggressively looking into that to implement something rather quickly, but it does take some time. And to answer your second question, and Clay might want to add to it, the vaccines that we do have right now are, they do work against the UK variant and the California variant. As far as the South African variant, I do believe it is effective if you have the 2 doses of the Pfizer one. But the Moderna and the J&J, I'm not sure if there's any new data out there, Clay. I do know the Pfizer vaccine is for the South African variant.
Call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3299, authorizing higher education rules. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. It's Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment corrects, I should start by saying, House Bill 3299 is actually about the mental health loan repayment program. And we passed an amendment yesterday that just made some corrections to make things consistent. This is a very simple bill. It's based on the bill that we passed last year. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3301, relating generally to property tax increment financing districts. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th. Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3301 would make several changes to the current code relating to the Tax Increment Financing Act. Number 1, the bill allows a county commission to extend the length of existence of a TIF district, subject to the approval of any municipality that lies within the TIF district. A municipality may also extend a TIF district under the bill. The bill authorizes a TIF district created prior to December 31st, 2020, with TIF obligations to be extended up to 5 years or until December 31, 2050, whichever is earlier. Current law authorizes districts to be no longer than 30 years in duration. The bill also prohibits a county commission or municipality from terminating a district early if there are financing bonds outstanding. The bill also amends the definition of payment in lieu of taxes to conform to industry standard, but this would only apply to TIFs created after the enactment of this legislation. The bill clarifies that for any TIF district whose termination date is extended, only the regular and excess property tax levies of the county commission and any affected municipality are included during such an extension period. The bill clarifies that the termination date of a district that is combined with another district is the latest termination date of the 2 individual districts. Finally, the bill provides that financing bonds may be outstanding for 30 years from their date of issue rather than from the date of creation of the TIF. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Finance moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate that. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move this bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requesting unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Bill 3304, the short title is a pretty good description of what this bill does. It would amend the state code by putting a new article in the state code designated as Article 4A in Chapter 15A of the code. And the Article 4A would be Expanded Work Release Pilot Program. And the new article will have yeah, thank you. Hang on, what read? Mr. President,
from Morgan.
I'd like to pause my explanation and ask unanimous consent of the Senate to offer an amendment to this bill on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Does the clerk have an amendment?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the bill on page 2, section 4, line 9 by inserting a period after the word direct and striking the remainder of the sentence.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The remainder of the sentence is simply the words pursuant to 29A1 et seq of this code.
Senator from...
The clerk has read the entire amendment, so the difference is the rulemaking that corrections would do is not subject to the legislative rulemaking process. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Morgan. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 3304, authorizing the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to establish a reentry and transitional housing program. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been here before. I started in on this question a little while ago. New article, expanded work release pilot program, 7 sections in the new article. The Division of Corrections and Rehabilitations operates a work release program now. This would expand it or authorize them to expand it. They have 3 facilities now. This would allow them up to 5. And in the new article, Section 1 of the new article sets forth the purposes of the article and the legislative findings. Section 2 includes definitions of terms, and there are only 3. Commissioner, which is Commissioner of the Corrections and Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Division, and Offender. Section 3 discusses the expanded work release program and allows the division to go to a total of no more than 5. And it discusses in Section 4 eligibility for who could be in the work release program. They have to be eligible, meet the requirements. There are in Section 5 limitations on who's eligible for work release. So, and people are excluded. An offender who requires inpatient psychiatric or psychological treatment is excluded. An offender who refuses to participate in the Offender Financial Responsibility Program is excluded. An offender who refuses to participate in the Institution Release Preparation Program is excluded. And there's a discretionary provision there for the commissioner. It says the commissioner can exclude a person who, in his or her sole discretion, poses a threat to the safety of another or to the community, or to be otherwise an inappropriate candidate for participation in the program. Section 6 allows the the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation to develop policies for the operation of the program. And then Section 7 relates to funding. The division is required to do this within its existing appropriations. If it does it, I'm aware just from conversations with Stacy Nowicki at Homeland Security and others that they have not identified any particular site in any place, but they operate 3. They have 1 in Charleston now. And it's not parole, it's between Mount Olive and Huttonsville on the one hand and parole on the other. So when people are in these programs, they are in a work release center, they're coming back every night to a facility that's run by the Division of Corrections. They are inmates. But during the day, if they enroll in this program and they're eligible to do so, they go out of the prison and work in jobs. We probably had, if you've been in any of the restaurants in Charleston, you may have been waited on by somebody who's on work release under one of these programs. And the idea behind the whole thing, Mr. President, is to get it so that there's a transitional phase for people who are coming out. They're coming out. Anybody who would be eligible to be in this program is coming out of prison at some point, and the idea is to phase them into societal integration by having them start their work and reintegration while they are still in the custody of the Commissioner of the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitations. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the chairman for Judiciary
Well, the senator yields. The senator yields.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got just one question. I have been involved with an organization that utilizes reentry, people that are reentering back into society. And will this bar them from being able to participate in those programs?
I think if the senator's speaking of the same group that I'm thinking of,
I think they're the genesis of this bill. I think they're the ones that asked us, because I had a meeting with them, and I can't, the synapses don't fire the way they once did. I can't remember the name of the organization, but I met with a group earlier in the session, and I think this bill, there was a similar bill introduced in the Senate and in the House. As, the House's bill made it across the finish line, but I think this bill is what they were asking for.
Okay, and also, oh, that's good. That's what I wanted to hear. Also, kind of being involved with the Department of Highways too. Will they be able to work along with the Department of Highways to get the training that they need to be able to get back into society?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's nothing in the bill that addresses that directly, says yes or no to that question. There's nothing in the bill that would prohibit that. What this bill does is it leaves to the Commissioner of Corrections and Rehabilitation the authority to come up with the policies and rules to implement that program. So I think it certainly is possible under the statute that could include work along highways or within highways.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will the clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted, and the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3308 relating to increasing number of limited video lottery terminals. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would allow the Lottery Commission to allow limited video lottery retailers to up their number of terminals from the current 7 to 10. The change will be effective July 1, 2021. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 18 yeas, 15 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3311 relating to the cost of medical records. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. A very simple bill to explain. This bill simply states that a provider, a healthcare provider, may charge a patient or a patient's representative no more than a fee consistent with HIPAA for healthcare records. The bill has been recognized to reflect that existing subsections B and C apply to persons other than patients or patients' personal representatives. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 4 p.m.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that we stand in recess until 4 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate will be in recess till 4 p.m.
Thanks for your patience. Here we go.
House will please return to order. Continuation of bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 29th will explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit counties receiving an allocation from the Cole County Reallocated Severance Tax Fund to use the allocation for litter redress initiatives. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Ladies in 52nd, your vote's not registered. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 91 ayes, 5 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, allowing counties to use severance tax proceeds for litter cleanup programs.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect July 1st, 2021.
The question is on the motion that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2021. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 95 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 members absent. 2/3 of the members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the motion adopted. The bill is effective July the 1st, 2021. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 642, requiring legal advertisements by state auditor be posted to central website.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 63rd, Delegate Hardy, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hope everyone had a nice lunch break. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill would direct that beginning on July 1, 2022, all legal notice, advertisements, publications, statements, or whatever documents legally required to be published by the state of West Virginia or its agencies must also be published on a public notice database to be created and maintained by the state auditor. The state auditor is to propose emergency and legislative rules relating to the creation and maintenance of a public notice database available on the state auditor's website to provide procedures and policies for the state of West Virginia and its agencies to follow. The state auditor must report annually to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance about the use and public notice database and its financial impact, as well as any recommendations for additional enabling legislation relating to the database. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of the 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, could I request a Rule 49 for my...
Yes, sir. Under the set of facts as related to the chair by the gentleman earlier today, it would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman does belong to a class of 5 or greater individuals and therefore would be directed to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I think it's no secret, my passion and love for not only journalism, but print media and the means that we communicate. But I'm here to tell you that, this bill in front of us today is a step in the right direction. And, there's two things I just want us to still tread lightly and be cautious about. I will be voting no on this piece of legislation, but I wanted to tell you why, just to think twice. The connectivity in this state is getting a lot better. Just ask my gentleman from the 16th. He'll definitely tell you where we're going with broadband. But the bottom line here is this. We don't disagree that we need to do whatever we can to not disenfranchise and alert as many people as possible. And I think when it comes to publishing legal notifications only on a website, and in this matter, a government-ran website, it comes into question, it could call into question, is that public notice or is that public access? Okay? Public notice and public access. That's two different things. Because a publication in a qualified newspaper, it has been legally adjudicated as a proper public notice. And it's not just true if you just place it on a website. So that's why I've always asked to tread cautiously here as we move forward. Now, that being said, when it comes to media, the thing that we have to remember is media is served to the public in all different facets. So when we talk about removing it from newspapers, you're also removing it from the newspapers' online platforms. So the industry is moving in the direction of where we want to see it go. We want to see it get there. We want to have the most easy and convenient way, but we don't want to disenfranchise people. And we can't lose sight that newspapers still represent a large part of West Virginia's consumer, people. They rely on print and newspaper publications for their data. So I ask you this, as you vote today, and I won't belabor the issue, but the number one issue today is this is a great start working towards fixing the problem of notifying as many people as possible. By leaving it and phasing it in, as you see in this bill today, it gives us an opportunity for the industry to work towards that goal, to make it as convenient and readily available. But since we're not quite there, and only 55% of the state it's been documented that they're up and running and they have adequate internet and broadband, but that still leaves 45% out there. So by doing this phase in, it allows newspapers to keep it in print and also on a government-ran website. So just tread cautiously as we move here. And the bottom line here is this today. When you go out there and amongst your communities, especially those weekly newspapers, think about your daily routine. Think about your daily routine. You wake up in the morning, you maybe grab a coffee, well, you get dressed, and you grab a coffee, maybe, one or the other. Then you go and you turn to some source to get your news. You might get your news on newspaper, you might turn on the TV. You want to see what's printed. You want to get as much notification, whether it's about something that happened yesterday, about a sports score. But I'll tell you one thing you're not doing every day. You're not running out there and checking in a government access website as part of your daily routine. And that's what we have to tread lightly about, public access versus public notice. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I just urge everybody to tread lightly here. I think we're moving in the right direction, but for that reason, I'm still voting no, because I think it's important that we differentiate between public access and public notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 50th, Edgar Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So during this is my first legislative session. I've gotten a lot of wonderful phone calls from people to the office. And really, two bills have stood out. The first one was, I think, people that called requesting that we oppose a certain tax plan. Check. But the second one has been from just the nicest people that leave these messages saying, I love my local newspaper, I love reading the ads, and I understand that this bill, I think it's been improved. But to me, that's something important. It's something that was very heartfelt. And so I'm going to vote no on this, and I appreciate the work that's been done on it. But I think it's important that we protect the local newspapers that we have, the people all over our state, people that don't have broadband. And so that's why I'll be voting no.
Gentleman first, Douglas Teslo.
Would Delegate Hardy, a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in this bill that says the state cannot use newspaper advertising?
No, sir. There's no directive language in the bill.
I want to make sure that I'm clear on this because, the point's been made and I think it's something that needs to be discussed. So if a county has very little internet service, their newspapers they're still free to advertise in the local newspaper. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They are still totally within their right to do that. And all this does is this is directive language that this online database would be created.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Gentleman 36, Dr. Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield once more? Okay, I have a slightly different question. So is the auditor still required to advertise in the local paper?
So I'm being advised that anyone that is legally required to put a legal notice in the papers, they are still required to do that.
Okay, under this bill, like the auditor would still be required to put it in the newspaper?
Yes, anyone.
All right, thank you.
Lady from the fourth, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my friend from the 50th, I've probably received more calls and emails about this issue than anything else. We have in Marshall County a small paper called the Daily Echo that's been around for over 100 years, and many of the people in my district, even though it's a Moundsville paper, get it mailed to them because they like that local access to news. Many of them, as it's been talked about, do not have access, or maybe the funds to have access to the internet to get their information. And they feel very strongly about this issue. And for those reasons, I'll be voting no. And I urge you all to think about the papers in your districts as well. Thank you.
Gentleman, 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. All this bill does is require additional notice. It does not retract from the newspaper notice. It says right there in subsection B, shall be made at the frequency and in the manner prescribed in subsection A and B, A or B, and that's your class 1 legal advertisement in a newspaper or class 2 legal advertisement in a newspaper. That doesn't change. And it says, and shall also be published on a public notice database. So what this bill is doing is providing additional means of notice for these legal ads. I see no retraction, no taking away from any newspaper whatsoever. I think this is, we know sooner or later, and the argument's been made, sooner or later it's all going to be online. And I've made the argument in the last year or so, we're not ready yet for that. A lot of people still get their notices in the back of the newspaper, read those little ads, legal ads. But this is a blending. It's not taking it out of the newspaper. I would urge passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 63rd, Delegate Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like everyone, just urge everyone that there's no directive language in this bill. We're not affecting anything that we already do. We're still going to publish all of our legal notices in our local papers like we've always done. This is really just a transparency bill. This is more transparency that we are asking the state auditor to do. And I think that this is a way that we're moving forward to provide more transparency. So I would ask everyone to please keep in mind that we are not doing anything here but just creating this new database. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 64 ayes, 34 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 642, requiring legal advertisements by state auditor be posted to central website.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 655, eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to extend sunset provisions relating to towing rates to July 1st, 2023, and to extend the deadline of the legislative auditor must review such rules to December 31st, 2022. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 655, eliminating sunset and legislative audit provisions for certain PSC rules.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman in the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 657 generally provides for free expression on state institution of higher education school campuses. The outdoor areas of campuses of state institutions of higher education are public forums for the campus community. It prohibits the creation of free speech zones or other designated areas of campus outside of which expressive activities are prohibited or curtailed. Further, it requires that any person who wishes to engage in expressive activity on a campus is free to do so long as the person's conduct is not unlawful and does not materially disrupt the school function. It also allows schools to maintain and enforce reasonable restrictions. They are narrowly tailored restrictions to serve a significant institutional interest and only when the restrictions employ clear, published content and viewpoint neutral criteria. It allows members of the campus community to spontaneously and contemporaneously assemble, speak, and distribute literature. It allows schools to prohibit, limit, or restrict expression that the First Amendment does not protect and prohibit harassment. Individuals may not engage in conduct that intentionally, materially, and substantially disrupts another's expressive activity on campus space reserved for that activity while under the exclusive use and control of a particular group. It prohibits a school from denying a religious, political, or ideological student organization any benefit or privilege available to any other student organization, or otherwise discriminate against such an organization based on the expression of the organization. Schools must develop materials, programs, and procedures to ensure that persons responsible for discipline/education of students, such as administrators, campus police, residents, life officials, and professors, understand the policies, regulations, and duties of schools regarding free expression on campus. Schools also must post free speech policies on its website, report to the HEPC or CTCS Council a description of any barriers to or incidents of disruption of free speech. HEPC or CTCS must report such incidents to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Education Accountability by August 1 of each year. It allows any person or student association aggrieved by a violation of this article to bring an action against the state institution of higher education and its employees acting in their official capacities, to seek appropriate relief, including but not limited to injunctive relief, actual damages, reasonable attorney's fees, and court costs. There is a one-year statute of limitations upon any claim filed. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, relating to free expression on state institution of higher education campuses.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 658, requiring sheriff's departments to participate and utilize Handle with Care program for trauma-inflicted children.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 32nd to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Handle with Care program promotes school and community partnerships to protect children with the goal of helping traumatized children heal and thrive. Under the program, if a law enforcement officer encounters a traumatized child during that call, the child's information is forwarded to the school before the school bell rings the next day. The school implements an individual class and whole school trauma-sensitive curricula, so traumatized children are handled with care. If a child needs more intervention, on-site trauma-focused mental health care is available at the school. The program requires law enforcement supervisors to attend training and then provide training to patrols on department policy to identify, document, and report children encountered on the scene of calls. And finally, officers must be familiar with appropriate on-scene response when children are present to ensure the impact of trauma is minimized. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will please vote aye. Those opposed will please vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 658, requiring sheriff's departments to participate and utilize Handle with Care program for trauma-inflicted children.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess till 5 p.m.
Question before the House is the motion that, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 5 o'clock. Are there announcements? Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on the Finance will meet in the House chambers at 4:15. The agenda is posted.
Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members are invited to attend a brief Zoom conference call with Brad Smith regarding retaining and attracting remote workers to West Virginia at 4 p.m. in the House Gov Org room.
Gentleman 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The members of the Committee on the Judiciary will meet in the committee room at 4:30 for a brief discussion on topics we might address during interims. That agenda for that meeting has been posted, and it'll be in the committee room. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand in recess until 5 o'clock. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. We are in recess until 5 o'clock.